Path of Exile. Darkness Prevails, Book 2. By Sierra Graves. Chapter 1. Iona. 3 miles out, Henson's voice came through the comm in my ear. Copy. How many vehicles? 7. 2 armored. 2 carrying. 3 support with mounted guns. I hung my head as snow continued to fall around me. Of course there are, I muttered and put the binoculars back to my eyes. Take them out first. Snipers in position. Ready and waiting. Good. Let's try to make it out of here with all lives intact this time. It wasn't a jab. The last 3 missions had gone well enough, but we hadn't been able to save everyone, and we lost several fighters in the process. Right now the goblins and Phi willing to stand against the new monarch were few and far in between. We needed every able-bodied fighter we could find. They couldn't fight if they were dead and rotting in the snow. In the 2 months following my attempt to kill Mariana, the Dark Phi Kingdom of Charus had undergone major changes. Most of them occurred under everyone's noses. Our new queen, Monster was more like it, started to round up goblins from outlying towns and farms. We hadn't even known what she was up to, until a small group of goblins escaped and made it to Timber Falls. Orion ordered the town emptied, but kept a rotating watch in case anyone came looking for residents. The goblins were brought to our current location, far away from Timber Falls. There we learned royal soldiers, along with several bands of militia, had been charged with bringing in goblins who were suspected of plotting against the crown. It was all bullshit, but none of the Phi seemed to understand that fact. Or to care. For the last 6 weeks, Henson, myself, and any other Phi and goblins we could find had been tracking down convoys carrying goblin prisoners. We, in turn, saved whomever we could. We hadn't been able to track down where the convoys were headed yet, but it didn't take a genius to figure out it was nowhere good. After what we'd learned from Mariana's late head bodyguard, she planned to use them as soldiers in an upcoming war. A war one failed to stop because I failed to kill her and Venkalth, the assassin that had become her new head bodyguard. Iona, do you copy? I hadn't heard Henson's last transmission, too lost in our current predicament. My fingers were numb. I stretched them, then put a finger to the comm in my ear. Repeat. 1 mile out. You sure you're up for this? Too late to turn back now. You can hold your position, he argued. Iona? Stick to the plan, I said, cutting him off. I'm not having trouble tonight. I didn't hear his sigh over the comm, but was damn sure he did it anyway. I hunkered down in the snow within the line of trees, at the sound of roaring engines. Flanking me were 6 other guards who had been more loyal to me than Mariana. Henson had managed to get in touch with them, and they joined our cause. We were level with the 2-lane blacktop road running through snow-covered fields in. The convoy was headed north. They had all been headed north. Headlights cut through the snowfall, which was quickly turning into a blizzard. Visibility was going to be shit for the snipers, atop the ridge, 100 yards away. Henson was with them. He was a better shot with a rifle than I was. We couldn't make a move on the ground until those mounted guns were taken out. I held up my hand just enough to tell the others to stay low. The first truck came into view. It was armored. One of the mounted guns was right behind it. Behind it were large trucks with canvas covering the backs. The goblin prisoners would be in those. Then the 2 gunners, and the final armored vehicle. Mariana was taking no chances. I squinted through the snow when the symbol on the door of the last truck caught my eye. That was not the royal seal of Charus. It was that of Jolien. The trucks were just about to drive around a turn when a gunshot boomed over the fields. The last gunner slammed on its brakes, red lights cutting through the blizzard. Men shouted as doors opened. The Phi who'd overseen the mounted gun was slumped over the side. One of his comrades grabbed him, threw him to the road and took his place. 3 more shots took out him and the 2 Phi and the other gunners. I shifted in the snow, my numb hands moving for the daggers sheathed at my hips. My forearms warmed as fire swirled around the markings and to my fingertips. Firing the big guns, Henson said over the comm. I smirked as the enemy guards continued to yell orders to spread out and find the attackers. They barely made it to the edge of the pavement when a grenade landed near the first armored vehicle. One of the guards saw it and yelled to take cover. His final word was cut off by the resounding blast that put a crater in the middle of the road and blew the armored vehicle off the road and into the field. A second explosion did the same to the first gunner. The goblins might not have had weapons to work with before, but they sure as hell did now. I'd called in a few favors of my own these last few weeks. Gunfire erupted from the Phi not killed by the initial attack. They shot at the ridgeline and turned their backs to me and the soldiers with me. I gripped my daggers tightly in my hands and pushed up out of the snow. Instead of wearing our usual black, we'd opted for white camo to blend in with the snow. Our gear was another present that had been delivered with the arsenal of weapons. The guards didn't see us until it was too damned late. My flaming blades tore through the first Phi I reached. His blood painted the snow as he gurgled, fell to his knees and bled out. I stepped over him and turned to greet the next one. He aimed his rifle at my head, but I ducked low and jabbed him in the stomach with both blades. I tore them free, spun around and grabbed for the gun, tearing it out of his dying hands. I tossed it into the field behind me and zeroed in on my next target. The guards had picked up on the double-sided attack. Half swung around to fire at us. Bullets struck the pavement around my feet as I sprinted through the line of soldiers. Several fell, without my even touching them. I'd have to thank Henson later for being a good shot and not taking me out in the process. I slid under one of the trucks, then out the other side, slashing a guard's legs. He sank to his knees with a shout of pain. I stabbed him in the jugular and dodged a kick from the right. A fist crashed into my face, but I shook off the hit and retaliated. My blades cut through the air, aiming for flesh, but the guard was too fast. He smirked as he blocked my jabs, then captured my wrists. His grips were like iron. I hissed in pain, twisted, and the blades clattered to the ground. He tossed me to the side, and as I tried to get up, his hand grabbed my hood. I tore away from him, but the fabric came free. The blustering winds caught my hair and sent it flying wildly around my face. The Phi's eyes narrowed, then widened. You're her, the traitor. That the best you can do? Kingkiller, he snapped, and my blood ran colder than the air outside. Jarek's face flashed before my eyes. Despite the strange visions I had back when Aiden first saved me, and I tried to kill Mariana, Jarek had gone silent. I hadn't heard a single whisper from my dead king. No matter how loud I screamed his name out in the woods or cursed him for abandoning me a second time, there wasn't even a whisper of his presence. He was gone. The fear that I would never hear his voice again turned to anger all over again. I stretched my hands, my black claws more than ready to spill blood. Venkouth will be quite happy when I bring you in. You know how many of you have said that? I stepped to the right, and he mirrored me. We circled slowly as the fight carried on around us. His forearms were covered, preventing me from seeing his guild or rank. The patches on the shoulder of his black coat told me he was a royal guard, but not one of Jarek's. Mariana's most likely. You going to stand there all night or get this over with? I raised a brow, daring him. He scoffed, then planted his left foot. As he turned to kick, I braced to block the hit, sank low and took out his legs. Just as I made ready to move, a black spot filled my vision. I stumbled off balance. A boot collided with my left knee. I gasped at the sharp pain but managed to block his second strike, which was aimed at my chest. I grabbed his foot and twisted as hard as I could. He flipped over, but was right back on his feet and charging toward me. The darkness in my vision spread, and suddenly I couldn't see him. A punch to the side of my head sent me sprawling. I snarled as I lashed out with my claws, somehow snagging flesh. Warm blood dripped down my hands. I spun around. The guard stayed just out of my sight, which I quickly realized was being hampered by my right eye. I couldn't see out of it. Not one damn thing. This is the great Iona, the guard scoffed. I think you've lost your touch. Half blind, I listened for his boots scraping against the asphalt instead, but there was too much commotion going on around us. My head flew back as he decked me. I ducked and dodged to the right in time to avoid the second hit. If I could keep him on my left, I'd have a chance of winning this damned fight. I lunged forward and struck him with a flurry of blows to his abdomen that had him gasping for air. I doubled up my fists and delivered an uppercut that had him falling back. I rode him to the ground, grabbed him by his jacket and punching him over and over until blood drenched his face. I was about to slash my claws and finish him off when a searing pain on my right thigh caught me off guard. I staggered away and caught the briefest glimpse of a blade in his hand. Pressing my right hand to my wound, I waited. He cursed at me as he pushed his fingers to his split lips and broken nose. "Venkalth won't mind if I bring you in bloody," he said with a sneer as snow fell on the dagger, sticking in my wet blood coating it. "Very bloody." He lashed out and disappeared from my sight when he went right. Stinging pain trailed down my arm, and another slash to my back had me reeling forward to get away. When black spots filled what remained of my vision, I gritted my teeth and shut my eyes. I scrunched them tight and listened. The guard was behind me, maybe a foot away. His breathing was punctuated by a whistling sound, coming from his disfigured nose. I ducked, and a rush of air flowed just above my head. I spun around and nailed him in the gut with the full weight of my body. I fought to get the dagger from him, but he struck me in the face with his elbow. He rolled us over and held the dagger over my head. I could hardly see his outline at all now. I brought my hands up to catch the blade as a last resort. A gunshot echoed over the fighting. A bullet hole appeared in the guard's forehead. He slumped and I shoved him off so he didn't collapse on me. "Iona?" Henson said loudly through the comm. "Iona, either say something or move, damn it." I lifted a hand as high as I could, then let it fall back down. "You gonna live?" "That'd be a question for the healer," I muttered, groaning as I sat up. "Shit." I shook my head, waiting for the black spots to clear. "I'm on my way down, just stay put." "The fight's not over." "Look around." "It's over. They're dead. I'm coming down." It was going to be a damned long night now. I opened my eyes as wide as I could, trying to make out shapes. I could tell where the vehicles were, and saw figures moving around me, but other details were lost in the darkness clouding my vision. The heavy snow falling around us didn't help. A gust of wind blew my hair around my face, and sent a freezing cold shiver down my back. My butt grew numb from sitting on freezing cold asphalt. When a hand fell on my shoulder, I jumped with a curse. "Just me," Henson said as he crouched in front of me. He held up his hand in front of my face, and slowly my vision returned. Very slowly. Henson held up his hand with 3 fingers. "Can you see this?" "Yeah, told you I'm fine." I shoved his arm aside, but he grabbed my shoulder, keeping me still, and held up his hand again. "How many?" 3. "Happy?" "You look like shit," he said as he helped me to stand. "What happened?" I favored my left leg. My right leg was coated in blood. My other wounds stung, but they weren't too serious, I hoped. "Nothing." "How many did we lose?" "Iona," he said with a scowl. "How many did we lose?" I asked, louder, silently begging him to drop it. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, the glint in his eyes warning me this wasn't over, then shook his head. "2, I think. You and a few others are pretty beat up." "And the goblins?" I asked as we made our way to the first transport truck. 2 goblins were pulling back the heavy tarp. There were 30 to 40 prisoners crammed inside. Goblin men, women, and kids. I clenched my teeth at the sight of their terrified little faces poking out around the bodies of the adults. Some of them were bloody. Others wore little more than rags. They shook from the cold and fear. I stepped forward, ignoring a helping hand from Henson. "You all are safe. We're taking you to join other goblins further north. Mariana won't be able to get to you there." "How do we know we can trust you?" a goblin shouted as he stepped forward, baring his sharp teeth. "Because I'm the one accused of killing King Jarek." "You're Iona." Another spoke out. She separated from the others, a curious look in her eyes. I am. I was the head bodyguard to our late king. I was there when he was murdered by an assassin hired by Mariana, I explained, as I had to all the other goblins we saved these last 2 months. If you don't want to come with us, we'll give you a vehicle to go where you want. You come with us, and we'll keep you safe as long as we can. We have shelter, food, warm clothes, and a full arsenal ready and waiting. I understood it wasn't an easy decision, but the stab wound to my thigh was starting to take its toll. I was losing blood and needed to get patched up. It was a long drive back to our new home, and I wanted to get there before sunrise. Gritting my teeth to not show how much pain I was in, I waited impatiently for them to make up their minds. The goblins glanced at each other, then back to the one who spoke up first. We'll come with you, he announced. Everybody, hold on. We'll be there in a few hours. I left the prisoners to the other Fae and goblins to get situated for our long drive home. The vehicles we'd come in were covered in tree branches and parked at the rear of the large field. I started to limp toward them when Henson caught my arm. Jamie, get our trucks pulled around, Henson ordered another guard. You come with me. I might not be your healer, but I can at least stop you from passing out due to blood loss. He's not my healer, I muttered. Yeah? Not how he acts. Henson hadn't been a fan of Aiden in the beginning, not after he screwed up our plan to assassinate Mariana. I had no idea what Aiden had been thinking, coming to the royal grounds. He might have told me his reasoning, but he was lying. With events unfolding as quickly as they were, I let it go. He wasn't working for Mariana or Venkalth, that much I knew for certain. At least I thought I did. Considering it was Jarek who told me to use Aiden, and that may or may not have been a hallucination, I really had no real reason to trust him. Yet I did. I kept waiting for a sense of doubt to set in about Aiden. There never was one. He took care of every single goblin that came under his care like they were his own family. You going to tell him about this? Henson asked, once he had me sitting on the bumper of one of the trucks Jamie brought back around. I winced when he pressed a compress against the wound on my leg. Well? I scowled. Nothing to tell. Our mission was successful. You know what I mean. Stop avoiding the question. No, I spat, then grimaced and glared when he pressed down even harder. Is that absolutely necessary? You going to stop being an idiot? I raised my hand to shove him away, but he squeezed even harder. Damn it, Henson. Back off. You lost your sight again, he stated quietly. Iona. Yes, all right. I slumped on the bumper as I glanced around at the destruction left in the wake of our attack. Now I could make out every detail crystal clear. That was how it had been these past few weeks. I'd be going along perfectly fine, then the next second I'd lose vision in one eye or the other. Thankfully, it hadn't been both. Yet. A few times my hearing cut in and out, like interference on a radio. The first few times it happened, I ignored it. Then, much like tonight, the blackout nearly got me killed. Henson had saved my ass that night too. He told me I should let Aiden know, but how was I supposed to lay that on him? The only explanation that made sense was he hadn't fully cured me of the Reaper venom. I suggest you let him know, Henson went on as he bound my leg wound, then took a quick look at the one on my back and arm. He's got enough on his plate. Iona, either you do it or I will. I grabbed him by his coat and yanked him forward. Don't you dare say a word, got it? This is my problem. I told you I'm fine. He pried my hand loose and stood. You need help. No, I need to kill the bastard who did this to me. And he can help you. He can't, I shouted, and several people glanced our way. If I'm having problems, the chances are the venom is still in me, which means sooner or later, I'm going to die. Aiden does not need to know this, not right now. We need to stay focused, all of us, since we have no idea what we're even doing. We're running around blind right now, with no direction and no damned plan for what we should do. I pushed off the bumper and limped toward the front of the truck. Get everyone loaded, and let's get this circus moving. Now. I heard him say my name, but whatever he was going to yell at me was cut off when I climbed in behind the wheel and slammed the door shut. The cab was warm, but it did little to soothe me. There was a war to stop, and a monarch to bring down, though I had no earthly idea how to do either at this point. There was no time to stop and wait for Aiden to find the antidote that would save me. No time for anything except to do what we could to save the goblins of Charuz. No time to show how terrified I really was about losing my vision, my hearing, losing everything I was, bit by bit, until there was nothing left. I told myself I'd come to terms with the hand fate decided to deal me. If my life was forfeit at the end, then fine. I was ready to pay that price. I knew damned well Aiden wouldn't be, for whatever strange reason. The less he knew about my declining condition, the better. 15 minutes later, Henson climbed into the passenger seat of the truck and told me we were ready to go. I shifted the truck into drive and led the long line of vehicles away from the burning wreckage of Mariana's secret convoy. The bodies were left where they'd fallen, a message to our new queen that not everyone was going along with her new rule. She wanted a war. She was about to have one right in her own backyard.
Chapter 2. Aiden. I stifled a yawn behind my hand and stretched my neck. I'd meant to get some sleep, but that was hard to come by lately. As I looked into the dimly lit barn, my optimism took another heavy hit. 10 more goblins had fallen ill over the last 3 days. That was 10 more I had no idea how to help. This was nothing like the gobpox or the fever that children had a few months ago. This was worse, much worse, and if it kept spreading at this rate, all the goblins Iona managed to save and bring here would end up dying a death far worse than being thrown into a war. 5-5 moved around the cot set up in long rows. We'd added heat to the barn, seeing as it was the only building big enough on this piece of land to house so many. I'd sent out word to my guild and the few healers who I knew held the same beliefs I did when it came to the goblins. The first meeting with them had been tense. Iona had insisted on being there to ensure none of them were going to betray us. I'd vouched for them all, but she warned them if they turned on us, she would kill them without hesitation. Without their assistance, I wasn't sure what I would do. Teresa was a massive help, but we weren't enough. Word was spreading. More goblins were falling ill all throughout Charuz. Whatever disease this was, it was picking up speed. I closed my eyes for just a second as I rested my head against the wooden wall. When I opened them, a ghostly figure of King Jarek stood in the center of the barn. He strode slowly from one cot to the next, laying his hand on each goblin's forehead. The sorrow on his face spoke volumes. The man was dead. He should have moved on, but here he was trying to watch over his people the best he could. Even in death. He hadn't tried to directly communicate with me in over a month, and I wasn't exactly sure how I felt about that. I kept waiting for him to make himself known to Iona. As far as I knew, he never did. She needed to see him far more than I did. As if hearing my thoughts, Jarek raised his head and held my gaze. I'd saved Iona from doing something unthinkable at the royal grounds. I hadn't saved her from herself, not yet. Each day that passed, her eyes became darker. She was losing whatever morality was left in her soul. Someone nudged my arm and I jumped. "Sorry," Teresa said as she held out a steaming mug of black coffee. "Looked like you could use it." "Thanks." I took the mug and held it firmly in my cold hands. "You get any sleep, or have you been standing watch all night? What do you think?" She sighed but didn't scold me. The bags under her dark eyes were probably just as bad as the ones under mine. "We'll need to go out and get more herbs soon, and some other supplies. This was the worst time of year for us to have to flee like this." "I know. I'll take one of the healers with me, and we'll round up some goblins to see what we can forage off the land. Some herbs are still thriving in this weather. We're going to have to risk a trip into a town, get what we can for what's not out there in the woods." Going into town was not as easy as it seemed. Some of us were too well known to show our faces. That meant the healers would have to go. Or some of the goblins who had not made a name for themselves among the 5 communities. The nearest goblin community was over 3 hours away. "We'll be fine," I assured Teresa. "We can't hide out here forever." "I know, but right now there's nowhere we can go." That was partially true. With Mariana running the show, every major road out of the state was being watched. The royal soldiers had upped their patrols. We were lucky we found this abandoned farm far enough off the known roads that no one would find us for a while, if ever. But we couldn't stay here and hide while the rest of Charu suffered. "Any word yet from Iona?" Teresa asked after a long stretch of silence. I'd been watching Jarek moving through the sick and flinched at her question. She frowned, but I brushed it off. "None. Sun will be up soon. What if they don't make it back this time?" There'd been a couple of close calls, but Iona always came back. Some days, I wondered if she was hoping to die out there. The one time I confronted her about taking so many risks with her life, she'd told me off and said, if I didn't like how she was running things, to get the hell out. Jarek had briefly appeared behind her, giving her a disappointed look. The last few weeks, she'd been short with everyone. She was hiding something from me. Something bad. "Aiden." "Sorry, just overthinking," I told Teresa. "They'll be back, and if not, we know what to do." Iona and Henson had come up with a contingency plan in case their party never returned. We were to take everyone out of here and move them further northwest. There were a few dirt roads that led away from the property, and several abandoned mineshafts and caves they could take refuge in along the way to safety. The Light Five Kingdoms would be their only sanctuary if we lost our fighting force. The road to get there would be dangerous, but it was our only option. The only reason we hadn't gone there yet was Iona's determination to save as many goblins as she could. The rumble of truck engines came from outside the barn. Thinking Iona was back, I hurried out the door, followed by Teresa. Snow covered the farm. We'd gotten a good 6 or 7 inches over the last few hours alone. It was still flurrying when the line of 6 black trucks came to a stop on the gravel drive in front of the farmhouse. Henry and several other goblins, all armed with rifles, aimed them at the vehicles. These were not the trucks Iona and Henson had left in. The engines cut out, and when the passenger door on the first truck swung open, I shoved Teresa behind me. The Phi was dressed all in black. Despite the cold, he wore only a t-shirt, giving us a clear view of the tattoos on his forearms. He was from the Fighters Guild. I saw no markings designating him as a royal guard, but that meant nothing. The Phi's white hair was pulled back in a tight braid that hung down his back. He was tall and muscular. There were no weapons that I could see, but after being around Iona so much, I knew that did not mean he wasn't armed. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Henry. "Are you in charge?" the Phi yelled. "Depends on who's asking," Henry replied. "Who are you?" "They call me Jake," the Phi replied, and Henry smirked. "It's all right. You can laugh." "All right then, Jake. Why are you here?" "We're looking for Iona," he said, and I immediately stepped forward. He shifted those pale blue eyes to me. I had my sleeves rolled up on my flannel shirt. I caught the quick flick of his gaze to them. He held up his hand slowly. "You must be Aiden, the healer, right? She told us about you." I frowned. "What did you say your name was?" "Jake, it's what the rest of our guild calls me." He reached into his pocket very slowly and pulled out an envelope. "My real name is Francis. Never thought it suited me." I relaxed and held out my hand to Henry. "He's all right." "You're sure?" "Yeah, Iona sent for them, but I can honestly say we had no idea so many of you would show up." I walked toward him and shook the hand he offered. He let me see the letter, written in Iona's hand and signed by her. Wasn't too hard to convince a few extras to tag along. Iona is well liked by a good part of our guild, including our leader, Xavier. "And the others?" I asked, knowing it was too much to hope the entire Fighters Guild would back her. They believe she killed Jarek and want her dead. Benkalth has something to do with spreading those rumors, Jig muttered as he took the letter back. I'm assuming the arsenal we sent ahead arrived. It did. And Iona. She's been gone since last night. They heard word of another one of those prison convoys moving up from the north. Went to intercept it. The sky lightened along the horizon in pale shades of pink, barely breaking through the heavy gray cloud cover. No word yet. Jake planted his hands on his hips. A gust of freezing wind swirled the snow around us. I shivered, but the Phi didn't even so much as flinch from the cold. Until she gets back, you can catch me up on what's been going on here. We've got a ton of supplies to unload too. She mentioned something about herbs for you and the healers. Not sure if we got everything you'll need, but hopefully it helps. I was surprised to hear they brought anything other than themselves and weapons. Iona hadn't told me what she'd told Jake specifically. I barely glanced at the letter he showed me. I motioned to Henry, and the goblin stepped out of the large farmhouse and other outbuildings to help unload. Every bed of the 6 trucks was loaded down with crates of food, clothing, medicine, and herbs. I was shocked to see it was almost everything I would need to keep making tonics for the sick goblins. Jake helped Teresa and me get the medical supplies to the barn. The moment we stepped inside, his face paled, and a quiet curse slipped from his lips. She mentioned there was a sickness, he whispered. She didn't give details. The pox. We're not sure what it is. Whatever help you need, just ask. My men and I aren't healers, but we'll do what we can. You all really care that much about the goblins? I asked, failing to hide my surprise. He crossed his arms as he shrugged. Iona's not the only half-breed in our number. He nodded toward several fighters, bringing in more supplies. 2 of them were easy to spot as half-breeds. The Fighters Guild is supposed to stay neutral when it comes to politics. We go where we're told to go. We protect who we're told to protect. Then isn't your coming here going against that code? I said we're supposed to, he said quietly. The guilds aren't like they used to be. Many of our numbers have joined the radicals because they're sick bastards looking for an excuse to kill. Others support Mariana and what she's doing. I'm sorry to say we're outnumbered. The masters don't have total control anymore, and the fighters know it. If this does turn into a civil war, the odds are stacked against us. Pity the guilds never let full-blooded goblins join our ranks. Then we'd have a fighting chance. Most of the goblins we're bringing in are willing to be trained if you're willing to teach them what they need to know, I told him quietly. Nothing he said had made me feel any better. The new bunch of medical supplies would get me another few batches of tonics for reducing fever, clearing up rashes, and stopping vomiting. These were all symptoms of this new illness. The other symptoms ranged from bloody noses, bleeding gums, fingernails falling out, and abscesses forming on necks and hands. They almost appeared as burns, but none of these goblins had been near any toxic substances. There was another sick goblin I needed to check on. Orion's health had declined rapidly after we fled Timber Falls. Knowing I could trust Teresa to see to his next dose of medicine, I sent her to tend to her uncle, then went to work in the barn. Jig stayed by me, asking me questions and helping me the best he could. Just like Iona, he was quick at picking up what I needed. An hour passed without my realizing it. I had Jig distributing another round of fever reducer while I walked around and administered the soothing skin cream to help with the rashes. I turned to go to the next cot and jumped at finding Jarek standing in front of me. What? I whispered once I was sure no one else was close enough to hear. He moved through me and looked at the barn doors. When he turned back, his eyes were empty, black holes. His lips moved, but no sound came out. What are you trying to tell me? He repeated the motion with his lips, but then there was a commotion outside. Loud engines roared as gravel crunched. I wondered if it was Iona, then had my answer when Jarek faded away. I handed off the meds to another healer, then quickly walked outside. The newly arrived trucks pulled up alongside those brought by the Fighters Guild. 2 large vehicles with canvas covering their beds told me the mission was a success. They'd saved the goblins from this convoy, but how many others had slipped past our tiny fighting force? Henson climbed out of the passenger side of the first truck. He hurried around to the driver's side, and I watched him help Iona. When they came around the front of the vehicle, the healer side of me kicked into gear. What the hell happened? I demanded. Nothing. Go take care of the others, Iona muttered through gritted teeth. Her white pants were caked in blood along the right side, where a bandage had been hastily applied to her thigh. There was more blood on her right sleeve and her back. Her face took a pretty good beating, too. She's got a stab wound to the thigh, Henson informed me over Iona's head. 2 more wounds on her arm and back, but they're not too deep. She scowled at him. You're overreacting. Aiden needs to take care of the others. I'm going to take care of you, I told her sternly. She stopped walking and yanked her arm out of Henson's grip as she glowered at me. I said go take care of the other wounded, Aiden. Henson patched me up in the field. I'm not at risk of dying. Henson subtly shook his head behind her. She spun suddenly, clenching her fists as she stared him down. You know I'm shit at bandaging. He needs to look at them. He reached for her arm, but she backed away from him. You're starting to piss me off. Wouldn't be the first time, Jig said. I hadn't even noticed him follow me out of the barn. Jig? Iona's eyes lightened a hint, and she took his arm. He pulled her into a tight embrace, then he did the same to Henson. When did you get here? You saying you didn't notice the line of trucks when you pulled in? Jig asked. Iona's smile vanished, and she shrugged. Long night. I wasn't expecting you so soon. We weren't planning on being here this early, but the guild isn't what it used to be. If we hadn't left when we did, we probably would have been ordered away. To the royal abode or Jolien. We weren't about to get caught up in that shitstorm. Not sure if this one's going to be any better. They're upping their protection on the convoys. 2 armored vehicles this time, and 3 gunners. If you hadn't sent us the arsenal, I don't think we would have made it back, she admitted. Royal soldiers. From here and Jolien, Iona told us. We have to figure out where they're taking the convoys. There's no way we'll be able to keep up with their raids if they've got Prince Raysan's forces helping out. She took a step and winced. This conversation can wait a bit, yeah. I need to wash the blood off my hands. Find some fresh clothes and coffee. A shit ton of coffee. She hobbled forward. When she faltered, I grabbed her arm, but she tugged out of my grasp. You can't walk around with a damn stab wound to your leg. Not the worst wound I've endured. When I went to walk with her, she bared her teeth at me, and I backed off. I watched her climb the 3 steps into the farmhouse, then disappear inside. The door slammed shut behind her, and 2 goblins took up their post outside it. She's always been like that, Jig told me. Don't take it personally. She's going to mess up her wounds. I started for the house, but Henson said my name, stopping me. What? There's something else she's not telling you. I had to save her ass out there last night. Why? His frown deepened. I think she's starting to lose her sight. From what? I asked, then hung my head. The venom. Venom? What venom? Jig asked loudly. Reaper venom. Venkalth dosed her with it, I explained. I thought I found an antidote. You don't think this is just a remnant of it? I shook my head at Henson's question. It wouldn't take this long to manifest. Have you noticed any issues with her hearing? Or her movement? No, but she wouldn't admit she was half blind out there either. There's no antidote to that shit, Jig muttered. You're damned lucky you were able to save her for this long. I did save her, I snapped. She's not going to die. I won't let her. I'll find a way to stop it. Before it steals her sight for good. Or the rest of her senses. Or her damned life. Henson whispered quietly to Jig to shut up. I shook my head. No, he's right. I was an idiot, to think it'd be that easy. We'll have to keep a close eye on her. You see any sign of her other senses going, you tell me. I'll see what I can do for her sight. Jig, you happen to know anything else about this Venkalth? Or the Reaper venom he used? No, I steered clear of that psychopath, but I'll do whatever I can to help her. Helping Iona was not going to be easy. I'd have to confront her about her vision loss, sooner or later, and that was going to just piss her off even more. I could always slip a dose of whatever tonic I came up with into her drink or her next meal. I doubted I'd be able to do that forever before she picked up on it. If the venom didn't kill her from still being in her system, it would get her killed during whatever fights came next. Jarek's figure appeared on the front porch of the farmhouse. He rested his hand against the door but didn't enter. I wanted to shout at the dead king to go talk to her, do something. No one else could see him, and I didn't want to look like I was losing my mind. Jarek's heavy gaze fell to me like he expected me to work a miracle and save Iona's life. I wasn't sure how he expected me to do that when the damn stubborn woman seemed more than ready to get herself killed. I puffed out my cheeks as I blew out a breath, forming a small frozen cloud in front of my face. First a goblin plague, now the Reaper venom was coming back with a vengeance. What else was the world going to throw at me today?
Chapter 3. Iona. I told myself the fogginess creeping into my eyes was all inside my head. I wasn't going blind. I wasn't going to lose my sight. Gripping the edge of the porcelain sink, I had a stare down with my reflection in the cracked, smudged mirror. The slash wounds in my arm and back had been minor. The stab on my thigh hurt. I had rebandaged it after I found fresh clothes, but Aiden would probably get onto me for it. Most of the time, I didn't mind when he took care of whatever injuries I came back with. Now, I suddenly wanted to put as much space between us as I could. Last night had been too damn close. Whatever connection he thought he had to me, I had to sever it, because when and if I died, I didn't want my death to be on his shoulders. And it was certainly starting to seem more like a when than if. I wasn't even sure I'd have a chance to kill that rat-faced bastard. Venkalth deserved more than just a swift death at the edge of my daggers. I had yet to see him riding along with any of these convoys. My gut told me he was at the end of the line. If we could just find that location. That meant letting Mariana take goblins as prisoners, instead of our saving them. Shutting my eyes, I willed my vision to be clear when I opened them again. After counting to 10, my eyes opened, and my reflection was easy enough to make out. There were no black spots clouding my view. The breath of relief I let out was shaky. Blind or not blind, you're finishing the job, I told myself. You're avenging Jarek. The marking on my right arm warmed at my words, the symbols glowing dark red and orange as the fire came to life just beneath the skin. I turned from the mirror and trudged into the adjoining room. I shared it with several goblins. They were out tending to the sick or taking care of other duties around the farm. Most of us shared rooms in the main house. The rest had to bunk in the outbuildings we'd made livable. There were guards posted outside every building. Aiden stayed with the healers in the small one-room cabin we added onto the rear of the barn. I hadn't been able to explain it then, and I still couldn't now, but having him that far away made me anxious. If we were attacked, they'd go for the healers first because that was the type of sick asshole Venkalth was. If I was going to die, I needed Aiden to carry on and find a way to finish what I couldn't. Not that I'd told him that yet. Aiden was a healer. Asking him to take a life would be the end of him. Part of me just didn't give a damn. Gingerly, I pulled on a black top, but my leather pants had to go. I found a pair of loose cargo pants and carefully tugged them up, biting my lip to stop from grunting when the fabric brushed over the wound at my thigh. Thick socks and my black steel-toed boots went on last. I snagged my leather coat off the small pile of blankets that made up my bed, then exited the room. Blood remained under my nails. I picked at it as I stomped down the steps to the main floor to find Henry at the bottom. "Henson told me to wait for you," he said. They're meeting in the shop. Thanks. You know if Aiden got what he needed to take care of his medicinal stash? I asked as we walked out the front door and down the porch steps. Yeah, it looks like it. Not sure how much good it's going to do them. Henry's downcast eyes weren't the only ones around. When the first goblins fell sick, we believed it was simply another form of the pox. Winter had rushed in, and we hadn't been prepared. But then more fell sick. It spread almost like a plague. Aiden ordered any goblin that wasn't sick to stay away. Teresa, Matilda, and a few others refused. They hadn't shown any symptoms yet, but I feared it was only a matter of time. Aiden was at a loss for what was causing it, though I heard him mutter a few times it seemed like a plague. If it was a plague, we had to find the cause and stop it. He contacted healers further south and east within Charuz. None, aside from the 5 who came to his aid, responded, as far as I knew. If this was the beginning of some new terrible disease, we had to find a way to keep it contained. As much as I didn't want to think it, I wondered if Mariana was behind all this suffering. I left Henry at the farmhouse and walked alone through the snow down the gravel drive that led to the east side of the house. A line of tall old pines grew there, separating the drive from the expansive field beyond. Nothing, it appeared, had grown there in ages. Aiden had talked about getting this farm up and running in the springtime, and making it a new home for these misplaced goblins. I didn't have the heart to tell him we'd never be able to stick around here for that long. Venkouth or someone else would find us eventually. The workshop was painted a dark shade of red, just like the barn. The door was cracked open, and as I approached, I slowed my steps and listened. From the royal buildings isn't good, Jig was saying. How can it get any worse? Aiden asked, his tone sharp with his aggravation. Whether it was from my snapping at him earlier, or for the sick goblins, or whatever else Jig was talking about, I couldn't tell. There are rumors Mariana and Prince Rayson have already chosen a date for their wedding. The councils approved their union? Henson asked, surprised. I wasn't surprised. Not in the least. Of course they'd approve it, since half of them were most likely in on Jarek's assassination. My claws dug into the palms of my hands as I leaned in closer. From what I heard, she brought up the notion about 2 weeks ago. A letter was sent to the King and Queen of Jolian, who quickly agreed it was a smart decision in order to ensure both Dark Fae kingdoms would remain united. United against whom? Aiden asked. Whom do you think? Jig replied. The goblins who won't submit, the Light Fae. Hell, for all we know, they plan on breaking our treaty with the humans and exposing our kind. Mariana seeks power. Rayson is an idiot if he thinks she's going to share it with him. She'll use him to get what she wants, then she'll have Venkouth kill him off at some point, just like she did with Jarek. Just like they're going to murder the monarchs of Jolian. When's the wedding taking place? I silently thanked Henson for asking the most important question. That bit of information I haven't received yet, but it won't be long. She's going to want to stop it, Aiden spoke up. I stilled. He meant me. I'd been ready to walk into the shop, but I hesitated on the threshold. We all should want to, Henson said. Are you saying this marriage is a good idea? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. She's going to want to go personally, to ensure Mariana does not become wed to Rayson. You're honestly going to stand there and tell me that's a good idea? Letting her run off to probably get herself killed? I glared at the door so intently, I wondered if Aiden felt it through the wood. She has more right to go than the rest of us, Henson argued on my behalf, but his words sounded half-hearted. Then again, after watching her nearly get herself killed last night, you might have a point. She told me she was there when Jarek died, Jig said. That she already had Mariana in her sights once. If you try to stop her from going, she's going to go anyway. Not if we don't tell her, Aiden suggested. If she's losing her sight, her hearing could be next. It was what happened when she was first hit with the venom. You're going to stand there and tell me she'll live through a fight if she suddenly goes blind and deaf? The wedding is in 2 or 3 months at most. You think it's going to get that bad that fast? I nodded along with Jig's question. Holding my breath, I waited for Aiden to reply. The symptoms spread fast the first time. I can't honestly say how long it'll take. I'm not going to let her just waltz out of here, knowing there's a high chance she's not coming back because I failed. And there it was. I knew the idiot would blame himself at some point. He wasn't the one who poisoned me. He bought me more time to get revenge, but he'd never see it that way. I waited for Henson or Jig to tell him as much, and help him understand this was just how it was. None of them spoke for so long, I wondered if they left the shop through the back door. All right, Jig finally said quietly. We won't tell her about the wedding yet. You best start finding a way to cure her for good then. Jig, one of the few Phi I'd been friends with since I first joined the guild, just gave someone else permission to lie to my face. And I'd thought I could trust him. Apparently not as much as I'd assumed. Stay behind while that bitch got married? Charging in there and decking the three of them sounded like a better plan. I would have too, but my thigh started to throb, and my anger was steadily reaching its boiling point. As if trying to emphasize how dire my life was becoming, the cloudiness returned to my eyes. I backed away from the shop as quietly as I'd arrived, and stormed into the trees. Why did you think having him around would be a good idea? I muttered loudly, wishing Jarrett could hear me. What are you playing at? He's a damned healer. He'll never understand, and now he's got them all thinking they need to protect me. There was no reply, except an icy wind whistling through the pines around me. You bastard. You just had to go and die on me. Then you come back long enough to tell me to what, trust this Phi. Use him? How am I supposed to use him, huh? You tell me that? I swiped my claws at a nearby tree, tearing bark from the trunk. Words tumbled out of my mouth in a rush, streams of curses at Jarek, leaving me in this predicament. Leaving me alone and confused. I should never have told Aiden to come with me after I saved his ass. I should have left him there, or forced him to tell me the truth. Now, I was stuck dealing with a Phi who had a soul too kind for what had to happen. The logical next step would be for me to leave them now, and set off after Mariana on my own. Just as I took a step toward the north, the wind picked up from that direction and shoved me back so hard I crashed into a tree. My hair whipped wildly around my face, and I was left with my teeth chattering and what felt like a firm hand shoving me backward. The wind died just as suddenly as it had gusted. I glared skyward at the heavy violet-gray clouds bringing more snow. I hate you, I whispered. I hate you for doing this to me. My chest ached as I said it. I swiped at the angry tears burning in my eyes, then stomped toward the farmhouse to check over our arsenal. I needed something to occupy my time, and keep me away from several Phi I might feel the need to punch on sight. Several hours passed while I was in the smaller barn we'd turned into an armory. I'd gone through the crates of ammo Jig brought, as well as the weapons collected from last night's raid. When I'd first gotten there, I sent the goblins currently doing those tasks away. I hadn't meant to scare them, but apparently, my polite face did not do enough to cover my pissed off, I'm going to kill someone face. They'd run out of there like their lives depended on it. I set another freshly polished dagger aside, and rubbed at my sore leg. The barn was cold. There hadn't been materials left to fashion another wood-burning stove in here. All we had was a makeshift hearth. I walked toward it, and held my hands to the fire. My fingertips thawed, and I tried to focus on anything but my growing annoyance at Aiden. I pictured wringing his neck and smirked. Maybe I could convince him to spar with me. That'd make my... A hand landed on my shoulder. I whirled around, ready to deck whoever it was, only to find Henry. He stepped back and held up his hands. Sorry, I called your name a few times, he said, his brow furrowing. Just a bit lost in thought, I replied in a rush. I hadn't heard a damn thing. What's going on? We just got word of another convoy moving out tonight, about 20 miles to the west. Thought you'd want to know. Henson's gathering a team. Said they'll head out in an hour if that's good with you. I paused for a second, then nodded. Fine by me. I'll be out in a minute. I rubbed my eyes furiously after Henry left. My right eye went dark, and almost sent me into a panic. I didn't move for a solid 5 minutes, and slowly the shadows cleared away, letting me see again. If Henry told Henson about my not hearing him, they'd become even more overprotective. I had to stop him. I rushed for the armory door just as Aiden bustled in. I stopped short and glowered with my arms crossed. He gulped loudly and attempted a nervous smile. "Thought Henry said you were in here. You never came to the shop." "Got distracted," I said, not giving him any further explanation for my absence. Henson would have filled him in on all the pertinent details. "Sounds like we're heading out again." He was holding something in his hand, and I nodded to it. "What's that for?" He held up the small vial. "I'd seen that color tonic before. Just what I've given you before, to help stop infection of your wounds. I'd check it over for you, but you seem to be in a hurry." He held the vial out to me. I studied his expression and those caring eyes. The urge to punch him receded slightly, and I took the vial. There was no hint of a lie on his face. "You can check it once I get back," I assured him, wondering if I should call him out for convincing Henson and Jig to lie to me about the wedding. I pulled out the small cork and drank the tonic. It tasted a bit different than usual. I tossed the vial back to him and walked around him toward the door. I was 1 foot outside when I grew lightheaded. I grabbed the doorframe and held on tight, fighting to stay on my feet. When my eyes closed, my knees went weak. I fell. 2 strong arms caught me and held me against a solid, warm chest. What did you do?" I mumbled, unable to open my eyes anymore. "I'll apologize later. Sleep, Iona." "Sneaky bastard," I whispered and then fell completely into Aiden. My last thought as I passed out was how strong his arms were as they wrapped protectively around me. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling overhead. The living room? How had I gotten here? I'd been in the armory, and then Aiden had come in. I sat upright, cursing at the sensation of a hammer smashing into my forehead. I threw my legs off the couch. Matilda and Teresa sat in the armchairs across from me, both wearing bemused grins on their faces. "Where the hell is he?" I demanded. "Depends. What are you going to do when you find him?" Teresa asked. "What do you think?" She smirked as she pointed to the kitchen door. "He headed out a few minutes ago. Henson, Henry, and that newly arrived fighter just got back with another load of rescued goblins." I ground my teeth at her words. Aiden knocked me out to keep me here. My boots were still on my feet, and I grabbed my coat off the back of the couch as I marched for the kitchen and the side door. Goblins stepped quickly out of my way. The temperature had dropped even more, and was like an icy hit to the face. It helped chase away the last bits of grogginess from the sedative. I slipped into my coat, and glanced at the numerous people on the drive. Where was Aiden? The second I spotted him talking to Jig, I sucked in a deep breath. "Aiden!" He flinched and ducked his head as if that would save him from me. Every step only helped solidify how furious I was. My hand curled into a fist ready to let him have it, but Jig caught my wrist, saving the healer from a bloody nose. I yanked myself free and twisted away to grab Aiden by his shirt. I shoved him into the door of the truck and lifted him off his feet a few inches. "You asshole," I snarled. "You drugged me? What the hell is wrong with you?" "Iona, let him go," Jig ordered. "I'll deal with you later," I warned, not turning my glare away from Aiden. I waited for him to apologize or show some hint of regret on his face. He held my gaze and lifted his chin in the face of my anger. "I did it to keep you alive. I don't need your help." I let him go and backed away. "This is not your problem, not anymore, got it? If you drug me again, Jig won't be around to stop me from kicking your ass." He tugged on his shirt. "Then you aren't having issues with your vision? What about your hearing, huh? You're just perfectly fine." "That's what I said." He scoffed as he leaned in. "You might be able to lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me." If the venom is still in your system, I need to help you. And if you can't, I argued, if this is simply going to be my life, I can save you. I just need time. I don't have time. I spread my arms wide as I motioned to the newest goblins Jig and Henson had brought back. This is our life now. We need every soldier we can get. You are not going to stop me from doing my job. I shifted my gaze to Jig as I added hotly, and you're sure as hell not going to stop me from getting to that wedding. Jig's eyes narrowed. You are going to get yourself killed. That's my problem, not yours. And certainly not yours, I said, directing my last words at Aiden. He took a step closer, his mouth opening, but I wasn't in the mood to keep arguing. He called my name, as did Jig, but I kept on walking. For a second I was sure I heard Jarek sternly say my name too, but I tucked my head down against the wind, not turning back. To hell with Jarek. To hell with them all. It was my damned life, and I was going to end it the way I saw fit. I was not going to take any of them down with me when I went. This was for the best. They'd figure it out, eventually. Spots grew in my vision, and by the time I reached the pine trees, I was blind in my right eye once again. The harsh whistle of the wind dulled to a muffled roar. I swallowed hard against the lump of panic growing inside me.
Chapter 4. Aiden. For 3 straight days, Iona said nothing to me, Jig, or Henson. She avoided eating any meals with us, or staying in the armory if we entered. The only time she was in the same room with me was when she helped with the sick in the barn. She'd stay clear on the other side of the room and not say a word. It gave me a chance to observe her, if nothing else. More than once, someone would say her name, and it would take a few times for her to respond. Sometimes she would stop and stare blankly at the wall, as if waiting for a spell of dizziness to pass, or for her vision to return. Each time I'd start to go to her, she glared at me. I refused to be intimidated by her anymore. She was risking her life for no reason other than her damned pride. She needed help. One way or another, I'd find a way to give it to her. She said not to sneak her any more sedatives. But she'd said nothing about tonics that might help her keep her vision and hearing longer. I spent most nights in the small cabin with the healers, trying to come up with a solution that would help her. None of them were as experienced as I was with poisons. Until I'd told them about Iona, none had even heard of Reaper venom. As grateful as I was for their being here to help with the new sickness, I was on my own when it came to Iona. On the morning of the 4th day, I had just entered the barn when the doors burst open. Iona rushed in with Teresa. Between them was Henry. Blood poured from his nose in steady rivulets, and his breathing was ragged. "Over here," I said to them, urgently clearing off a cot stacked with extra blankets. "What happened?" "I don't know," Iona answered. "He just collapsed while he was talking to us. Then the blood started. His heart stopped. We got it going again, and brought him straight to you." I checked Henry's pulse. His heart rate was way too high. His skin was warm to the touch too. Teresa held tightly to his hand, smoothing Henry's hair back from his strange sickly gray complexion. I staunched the blood dripping from his nose until Iona took the gauze and shoved me out of the way. "I can handle this. Do whatever else you can for him." I hurried to the cabinet where we'd been storing all our newly made tonics and salves. I grabbed one for fever, another to help stop the bleeding, and a third that would help his breathing and heart rate settle. We were running low on everything, including the supplies Jake had brought with him only a few days ago. One by one, with Iona's help, Henry swallowed down the 3 tonics. He gagged on the last and started to have a fit until Teresa managed to calm him down. She spoke to him quietly, never letting go of his hand. I dragged up a heavy blanket to keep him warm, then stepped back with Iona. "Is this the same?" she asked. "Yes, but it looks like it's already in the advanced stages." "Then this could be the final symptoms?" I shrugged. "Or new ones. We still don't know what's causing this. What was Henry doing right before he collapsed? He was talking to me and Teresa, Iona told me. Before that, I think he was talking to some of the goblins we brought in last week, helping them get settled. Why? Not wanting anyone else to overhear me, I nodded to the rear of the barn. Iona followed, a worried, curious look in her eyes. No one fell ill until we saved the first round of goblins, I reminded her. No one from Timber Falls showed any of these symptoms until the first goblin fell sick. She came from Whitehorse. Iona swiped a hand down her face. You're saying the goblins we're saving are infecting the others? How? That was the question. If this was a plague, there had to be a patient zero. Whoever it was must be moving throughout the goblin communities, infecting whoever he or she encountered. The goblin might not even know he was doing it. I hated to think he was purposely infecting his own people. If this was a new plague, I had no way to stop it, not easily. The array of symptoms was extensive, almost as if it were multiple sicknesses combined into one. It could take months, years before we came close to figuring what was running through these sick goblins' bodies. By then it'd be too late. Everyone in this barn would be dead. The plague would spread. There might never be a chance to stop it from wiping out the goblins. It seemed a waste, since Mariana wanted to enslave them for her and Prince Raison's army. Unless this was just the first stage of her plan. Stop, Iona said sharply. What? I didn't say anything. You don't have to. I can see that look on your face, the gears turning. Your imagination's about to run away with you, and you're about to blame yourself for this shit, she said, waving her hand around the barn. Don't, all right. Whatever is going on outside these grounds, that's on me. You take care of these people, and that's it, understand? She started to walk away, but I caught her by the shoulder. So what? The rest of the war about to happen is on you. Is that it? I'm the one who failed to save Jarek. So yeah, it's on me. That's not how this works. You can't carry the weight of all Charus on your shoulders. Better me than you. Keep being a healer, Aiden. Let me take care of the darker side of this war. They need you focused. Don't let whatever else is happening get inside your head. She looked solemnly around the barn before her gaze stopped on Teresa, who was sitting by Henry's bedside. She tensed, then subtly shook her head, as if she was talking herself out of something. I watched as Iona walked the perimeter of the barn, aiming for the door. I hurried to catch up and blocked her from exiting. I can help you, I insisted. You have to let me try. You already did. Move, please. No, not until you agree to give me a chance. If the venom is still in your blood, I can eradicate it. I can come up with a treatment. She clenched her fists, and I waited for her to hit me. Worry about them. That's your job. Yours is not to fight until you die, I snapped as she shoved her way around me. She stopped suddenly, and I worried she lost her sight again. Iona. Shit, she muttered, then was sprinting across the gravel drive. A truck skidded to a stop on the icy drive. 2-5 from the Fighters Guild tumbled out, dressed in their typical black. One was bleeding from his head. He pressed a hand to the wound as he stumbled toward me. The woman went straight to Iona. She also had blood on her, but there were no visible wounds. This day was just getting better. 2 of Mariana's guards stumbled across our path, the woman told Iona. We were watching the road headed into Briar Junction. Timber Falls was a decent-sized community. Briar Junction was a bit larger, with several stoplights instead of just a stop sign. Mostly farmers lived there. Why had Iona put eyes on the road leading there? And Iona asked urgently. We dragged the fight off the road. Got into a scuffle, but managed to get some information out of them. They damaged our comms, that's why we had to drive back here. They're about to hit Briar Junction, clear it of every goblin there. When? The Phi blew out a heavy breath. 2 hours at most. And the bodies? She pointed to the bed of the truck. Brought him with us. Iona glanced over the woman. Are you good to fight? Yeah, just a few bruises. Good. Get your head patched up, Iona told the other Phi with a bleeding head. Jig, she shouted, startling me. Jig, get your ass out here. We got trouble. Where are you going? I asked as she walked toward the armory. Where do you think? If they're about to attack Briar Junction, this is our chance to get everyone out before they become a part of those damned convoys, she explained as she shoved open the door and walked straight for the table holding the rack of daggers. I suggest you get ready for wounded incoming. Depending on how many soldiers show up, this could be a mess. You can't go. The hell I can't. She gathered 6 daggers into her hands and pointed them at me. This is my job, Aiden. I'm going to do my job. I suggest you do yours. I'm coming with you then. The battlefield is no place for a healer. Stay here, make sure you're ready for whatever we bring back with us. I grabbed her hand, the one with the daggers, and stood to my full height towering over her. I said, I'm coming with you. This might not even turn into a full-out fight, remember. I can help evacuate the goblins. That, and I could use this chance to check their medicinal supply if they're not under attack yet, I lied, hoping she'd buy it. A goblin community like Briar probably wouldn't have anything I didn't already have or could find in the wilderness. Letting Iona go into a fight while knowing she was losing her sight and hearing terrified me. She'd be one of those they brought back wounded. Or dead. I made a promise to Jarek I would do everything in my power to keep her alive. He might not be hovering around today reminding me of that, but I knew what I said. Iona was not going to get herself killed if I could help it. The question was in Iona's eyes, but a commotion behind us stopped whatever she was about to say. Jig, Henson's and the rest of the fighters entered the armory to load up on gear. You want to come? Fine, but you do exactly as I say, Iona told me firmly. You're not going to like what you see. I'll be fine. Yeah, that's what everyone says. I suggest you find a weapon you're comfortable with, just in case. We move out in 10, she yelled to everyone. I wasn't about to arm myself, but there was a patient I needed to check on before we set out. Orion was the only sick goblin not currently housed in the barn. If I'd put him in there, he'd probably be dead already. The illness taking over his lungs was causing him severe pain, and his breathing was labored. None of the medicine I gave him seemed to do much. He requested that we cut back to sedatives so he could sleep at least. He even joked the other day that with any luck, he'd pass from this life while he dreamt, and save us all the horror of watching him choke to death on his own blood. Teresa had not found it amusing. She'd yelled at him, then stormed out of his room. The farm bustled with activity as the Fighters Guild members and the goblins willing to put their lives on the line for their kin rushed to get geared up to leave. The farmhouse was empty, except for a few goblins and healers. Matilda was sitting with Orion when I entered his bedroom. It had been a dining room, but we converted it so he wouldn't have to climb stairs. Aiden, Matilda said quietly as I shut the door. What's going on out there? Got word on a raid at Briar Junction, I explained, looking past her to the old frail goblin lying in bed. Iona is gathering a team to try and stop it. You're letting her go this time, I see. Smart man. Not like I have much of a choice. I'm going with them. Matilda was on her feet and grabbing my arm a second later. You can't. I need to. If she refuses to accept my help by giving me time to try and save her sight, then I'm going with her so I can maybe stop her from getting herself killed. I patted her hand and tried to give her a reassuring smile. I'll be all right, you'll see. You're not a fighter, she said, voice shaky. Aiden, please, if anything happens to you. It won't, I cut her off gently. Besides, we're going to get there early and simply evacuate everyone. We'll be back before you know it, all in one piece, safe and sound. My words sounded calm to me, but her scowl said she wasn't buying it. You better or else, she warned, then left me alone with Orion. I tried not to think about the potential fight ahead, so instead, I checked Orion's breathing, heart rate, and temperature. He coughed in his sleep, blood dotting his lips. I wiped it away. He remained asleep, which was probably for the best. I could have used a bit of advice from him, but waking him seemed cruel and selfish. The old goblin was on his way out of this world. For a while there, I thought he'd live another 10+ years. I hated how wrong I was, and for getting Teresa's hopes up. I set out 2 more tonics, both to help soothe his pain and to let him rest. The next healer to check on him would ensure he received them. Be back soon, I whispered to him as I looked down on his sleeping form. Tell you all about it. Might not be as exciting as when you saved me from my burnt-out cabin, but could be close. As I turned to go, his hand latched onto my wrist. His grip was like iron, but when I looked at his face, my blood turned cold. His eyes were wide open and cloudy. There was no hint of pupils or irises. Just a strange murky gray. Orion. Can you hear me? His lips parted, and a rattling sound slipped free, bouncing around the room. He sucked in a harsh breath, then spoke in a deep voice, one not his own. Blood. Too much blood to wash clean. It stains hands, darkens souls. Blood and death are what await you, Aiden. He took another deep breath, his grip went slack on my wrist, and he fell back to bed. I stumbled away from the bed as his words replayed in my mind. Blood and death. Did he mean my blood and death? Was I going to die today? Seconds ticked by as I kept a close eye on Orion. His eyes didn't open again. He didn't sit up to give me another cryptic message. Time was rushing by. If I wanted to go with Iona, I had to leave. I backed to the door, then pulled it shut. Bloodstained hands. Maybe he meant Iona. Numbly, I walked through the farmhouse and out the front door. I was still lost in thought when Iona shouted my name. You're with me. She stood beside one of the black trucks. Gravel crunched underfoot as I made my way to the truck and climbed into the passenger seat without a word. I hadn't even grabbed my coat, and the chilly air bit at my exposed skin. Iona slid behind the wheel and blasted the heat. You all right? Yeah, just fine. Aiden, you're white as a sheet. Is it about Orion? I started to shake my head, then nodded. He's just not doing too well, I replied, averting my gaze so she wouldn't see the lie. Not sure how I'm going to tell Teresa when she's worrying about Henry. She'll make it through. She's got friends here. And you. I almost slipped up and said not for long, but bit back the words. I opted for nodding instead, and looked out the window as we pulled away from the farmhouse. Grab a spare coat from the back, she said, a hint of concern in her voice. You'll freeze your ass off when we get there. I reached around to the back seat and tugged one free. I noted the patches on the sleeves, signifying it once belonged to a royal guard. Most likely a dead royal guard. My nerves ratcheted up a few notches. This was a bad omen, wearing a dead man's coat. Especially after what Orion just told me. Aiden. I cleared my throat and slipped on the coat. Let's just get this over with. I expected her to slam on the brakes and demand I tell her what was wrong. Or even turn us around and take me back to the farm. She fell silent and hit the main road. Every few minutes, I sensed her eyes on me. She didn't ask me any more questions, which was good because lying was never my strong suit.
Chapter 5. Iona. When we pulled into Briar Junction, the goblins walking along the sidewalks or driving down the streets stopped and stared. I worried this would be their initial reaction to a line of black trucks arriving on their streets. We parked along the curb, and I climbed out of the truck. Aiden did the same. He was even paler than when we first set out from the farm. He shoved his hands immediately into his pockets and lowered his head against the icy wind. I'm heading to the general store, he muttered, then walked off without another word. What's up with him? Henson asked as he reached my side. Not sure. Something happened right before we left. Think it has to do with Orion. Excuse me, a female goblin with broad shoulders asked. Her jet-black hair hung loosely around her shoulders, and she wore a heavy flannel coat over jeans with cowboy boots. Can we help you folks with something? Her question was polite, but there was a fire in those dark eyes, warning us if we were trouble, she was going to make our lives hell. My name's Iona, I said. The rest of the soldiers here are working with me against the new queen's orders. We remain loyal to what King Jarek started before he was murdered. Iona, Jarek's old guard? She looked me over. One and the same. Are you the town elder? I am. Name's Winnie. If you're here looking for a place to hide, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to keep moving. We've heard plenty about you and appreciate what you're doing, but I won't risk my people with your presence. And I respect that, but your people are in danger already. Her frown wrinkled her gray-skinned forehead. What do you mean? More goblins had gathered around us, leaning in as they listened to our conversation. Our scouts ran into two of Mariana's men. Briar Junction is about to be raided. We need to evacuate you and your people now. The elder's eyes darted to the goblins surrounding her, all wearing confused faces varying from afraid to angry. We have nowhere else to go. Briar Junction has been our home for generations. We can't just up and leave. You don't have a choice, I argued gently. You're not the only goblins we've taken from Mariana's grasp. We can keep you safe, but we have to leave right now. Ranting at the woman to get moving wasn't going to make her agree to leave with us any faster. Any second, my sight could go out. Avoiding a fight was my top priority, as well as getting these goblins to safety. If Orion had been well enough to come with us, he might have had a better chance of convincing her faster. We can stay and fight, a goblin said as he strode over to stand beside the elder. He appeared to be a bit younger, but they had the same eyes. Her son, if I had to guess. They can't keep doing this to us. They can and they will, as long as Mariana has a crown on her head. It's not our fault Jarek is dead. That blame rests with you, he shot back. Winnie hissed at him to be quiet, as I tilted my head, studying him. No, this is her fault, he continued. We know damned well who you are. You were meant to protect him, and you failed. Now we're all in danger. Henson took a step closer to me, but I shook my head. As much as I wanted to deck the goblin for accusing me of letting Jarek die, that wouldn't do me any good in this situation. I swallowed my anger. You're right. It's my fault, which is why I stayed behind. I could have fled Charus and left you all to your fate, but I'm staying. I'm doing everything I can to stop her from carrying out her plans. The best way to do that is to get you out of here now, so no more goblin blood is spilled in her name. I shrugged as I spread my arms wide. You want to stay and fight? Be my guest. I won't be the one to save your ass a second time, just because you thought you could take on trained and armed royal soldiers. They're not that tough. Besides, we outnumber them. Winnie grabbed her son's arm this time, while her gaze remained locked on me. I walked right up to him, only having to adjust my gaze to account for the few inches he had over me. You think numbers will save you? These men you mock have trained for years. Decades. They don't need weapons. They can tear you apart with their bare hands, I explained quietly and calmly. They also have an unlimited arsenal of weapons. Yeah, there might be 100 of you here, but that won't mean anything when they throw in a few grenades and blow the place sky high. His jaw tensed, but he squared his shoulders and didn't blink. We can take them. The day to stand up against the monarch and her army will come, I promised him. But that isn't today. Look around. How many innocents are you willing to watch die, simply because you let your rage get the better of you? His eyes flicked left and right. Some of the intensity slipped from his aggressive stance. There weren't just adults in the crowd. Kids clung to parents' hands or peeked around their legs. The old had joined the crowd too. Some of them so old, they were held up by canes or fellow goblins. This was not an army, ready to march onto a field of battle. This was a slaughter waiting to happen. Slowly, the same realization hit the goblin, and he nodded. When the time comes, he told me, I will be fighting. That's your right. Now, your elder needs your help in getting everyone to safety. I turned to give Henson direction as far as our timing, and taking the side roads out of Briar to avoid any possible run-ins with the guards. I hadn't even opened my mouth when the goblin decided he needed to get one last word in. You better not get us killed like you did Jarek. Shit, Henson muttered as Jig scowled at the goblin behind me. My lip twitched. Jarek told me not to do anything stupid. Too damn late. Iona, Henson said, but I was already moving. My hand closed into a fist as I punched the goblin right in the nose. He flew back, smacking a hand to his face as his other arm windmilled trying to stop his fall. His back hit the pavement, and I was on him an instant later. I grabbed him by his shirt front and hauled him upright, snarling in his face. You want to know why Jarek got himself killed? Do you? I seethed as I shook the goblin. He didn't listen to me. He trusted his sister and the council. He believed in the good of the Phi. And he was wrong. I shoved the goblin to the ground. I stood over him, shaking my head in disgust. You want to know exactly how he died? Protecting me. He stopped me from doing my job. That's why our beloved king is dead. That's why he abandoned us. Do you want to blame me? Fine, I'll take it, but do not accuse me of failing my people. My people, I repeated as I pressed my hand to my chest. Get your sorry ass up and get moving. I left the goblin lying on the road as I walked away through the crowd, Henson and Jig falling in step beside me. Feel better? Jig asked. What the hell do you think? I flexed my hands as fury coursed through my veins like wildfire. I was numb to the cold wind gusting across my face. I thought I'd gotten over the worst of my rage surrounding Jarek's murder. Looked like I was wrong. Get everyone loaded up. We're wasting time. I want to be out of here in 15, got it? The general store was just down the street. I needed to find Aiden and let him know of our departure time. Henson took hold of my shoulder, bringing me to a halt. Iona, he didn't abandon you on purpose, he said quietly. You know that, right? I bit the inside of my cheek to stop myself from cursing Henson out. I shrugged out from under his hand, waiting for a wave of grief to hit me. Only it didn't. All that was left inside of me after 2 months of this shit was searing anger burning me from the inside out. He died saving you, so you could save his people. Remember that. Now you're starting to sound like Aiden, I muttered. One of him is bad enough, so save whatever heartfelt speeches you have for me. I need you to be a soldier, Henson. Can you do that or not? Part of my job is to watch your back. I'm not about to watch you tear yourself apart. All I'm doing is trying to clean up the mess Jarek left us. You see to the evacuation while I go find our damned healer. Jarek should be alive right now, and I should be dead. That's the only thought that ran through my mind as I stormed down the sidewalk to the general store. I kicked open the door, startling the few goblins who had remained inside at our arrival. Aiden was at the counter, paying for several paper sacks of goods. 15 minutes, I said as I approached. Got it? Yeah. I heard you. Find anything useful? He nodded as he took his change from the goblin behind the counter. I'll need some help getting boxes of winter clothes. We could use them back at the farm. And there's a pallet of dried goods in the storeroom, too. If we weren't in desperate need of supplies, I would have said to leave them. I'll grab 2 of the guys. Get everyone inside this store out and to their vehicles. We're on borrowed time as it is. The goblins whispered behind their hands, eyeing me worriedly. Your elder is ordering an evacuation. I suggest you all return to your homes immediately, grab only your essentials and get ready to move out. We're taking you somewhere. Gunshots followed by terrified screams cut me off. The goblins hit the floor as I grabbed Aiden by his coat and dragged him down with me. Henson's voice crackled over the comm in my ear, but there was interference on the channel. The static distracted me, so I tore it from my ear and shoved it in my coat pocket. We were too late. This was exactly what I'd hoped to avoid. "Stay down," I yelled to the goblins. "Is there a back door out of this place?" The goblin behind the register poked her head out and nodded. "Through the storeroom." "Direct everyone out that way, get to your vehicles and head west on County Road 7. Take it until you reach a crossroads, then hang a left. It'll be overgrown and hard to see. Stay on it for 5 miles, then wait for us there. Understand? And tell everyone you pass to do the same." The goblin hesitated until more shouts shattered the storefront windows. She yelped, then cursed and nodded. "I got it. Aiden, go with them. Help them find the farm if we don't meet you there in 30. I'm staying here." "This is not the place for you," I snapped. "Get moving. Now." I shoved him around me to the rear of the store as the cashier motioned for the rest to follow her. More glass shattered, and then there was a heavily armored Phi standing in the doorway of the general store. He cackled as he raised his gun, but I was faster. As his finger dropped to the trigger, I threw a flaming dagger through the air, striking him in the hand. He screamed and flailed as I charged him, taking him down. I wrestled over the gun with him, and once I had it, shot him in the head. While his blood stained the linoleum floor, 2 more ran in. "Get out of here," I shouted to the goblins and Aiden as I opened fire. The 2 Phi split up and took cover away from the windows, but inside the store. I didn't let up firing, trying to cover the retreating goblins. A bullet grazed my left shoulder. I fell to my knees, spinning to the left, still firing. A grunt and a thud told me that 1 Phi was down, but the other was very much alive. I flattened as bullets sprayed over my head. The second his magazine emptied, I was up, daggers in hand, and threw myself at him. I stabbed him over and over in the neck as we fell to the floor in a heap. He gurgled and choked on his blood until he finally died. Outside the general store was a madhouse. A bright flash made me wince and rub my eyes. These Phi were not part of the Royal Guard. There were no patches on their sleeves. I wrestled with their gear to see if they bore markings of a guild, and found something far worse. "Damn it," I muttered, glaring at the tattoo on the dead Phi's arm. "Radicals." Scuffling behind me had me whipping around to find Aiden and several others hunkered by the sidewall. Aiden had put himself between the goblins and the Phi. His eyes were wide and fixed on something across the store. I followed his gaze to find 2 goblins lying there, dead. Their bodies were riddled with bullets. "Aiden." I waited for any hint that he saw me, but all he did was keep staring. I rushed over and shook his shoulder until he flinched. "Look at me." "Who are they? What the hell is going on?" "Radicals. These are not the Royal Guard, but that doesn't matter right now. What does is you getting out of here alive, got it?" His gaze drifted back to the dead, until I grabbed his chin and forced him to look at me. "You take these goblins and you get them out of here. Do not stop, do not look at anyone, you keep going, okay? Aiden, I need you to answer me." I never should have let him come along. He licked his lips as his whole body trembled, but finally he nodded. "I'll get them out. And you go with them. Head to the meeting point. If we're not there in 30, you go to the farm. Do you understand?" He nodded again. I hesitated to leave him there. He was in shock. I'd seen it on the faces of soldiers during their first major encounter. I handed him a dagger. He gripped it like it was the only thing keeping him breathing. If they ran into trouble getting out of here, it would be. "I'll cover you," I assured him. I backed away, staying low, and picked up a rifle from one of the fallen Phi. It was fully loaded. Leaning just an inch or so out the shattered front windows, I saw Henson and Jig pinned down behind one of our trucks. The elder and her son were with them. I kept the gun aimed outward, then shouted for Aiden to get out of there. I heard him tell the others to move, the sounds of pounding steps through the store, then the slamming of a door. I sent up a prayer to whoever might listen to get us all out of here alive, then sprinted out of the store. I ducked as bullets flew overhead, then I skidded right into Henson. He grabbed me by the shoulders and yanked me down lower when shots ricocheted off the wall of the brick building behind us. "Did you see who's leading them?" I asked Henson and Jig over the screams of fleeing goblins. "Yeah, and you're not going to like it." Henson nodded toward the right. "It's Luca. Mariana must have set him loose." I flattened to the sidewalk and peered under the truck. 2 large transport vehicles were parked at the end of the road, blocking us from making an easy escape. The radicals were grabbing goblins and forcing them to get inside. Those who resisted were being executed on the spot. Bodies littered the streets. If we didn't stop Luca, most of Briar Junction's residents were going to end up dead. "No one leaves alive," I told Henson and Jig. "I'll deal with Luca, understand?" "I thought you said we weren't going to be enough to fight against them." The son of the elder had blood covering his face from where I hit him. His eyes held fear, but there was courage there. "We aren't, which is why we have to be smart about this." "Have you ever shot a rifle before?" "A few times, but not much. Not like we're able to keep an arsenal." I handed him the rifle. "Eyes open, lead your target, and if you shoot me I'll beat the piss out of you, understand?" He took it without hesitation. "What are you going to use?" I unsheathed the only 2 daggers I had left. Flames coursed down the blades as I shifted around Henson to the front of the truck. Returning gunfire told me not all our soldiers were dead. The radicals hadn't caught us as off guard as I'd suspected. "We need to get to the roofs," I told Henson. "Outflank the radicals. Target the ones by the transport trucks first, and do not let them use the goblins as shields." "You know they're going to," Henson muttered darkly. We'd seen it before with the Royal Guards during our raids on the convoys. "If we can get more of our gear, we've got some flash grenades in there. It will blind everybody, but it might be our only chance." "I count 30 shooters," Jig said, peeking through the truck's windows until they were struck by gunfire. "You sure know how to show a guy a good time, Iona." "The only guy I'm about to show a good time to is Luca." He was toward the front of the column, had 2 others with him. Henson started to say more, then shook his head. "Go kick ass." "You're seriously just going out there with daggers?" "Kid, just remember what she told you," Jig told the younger goblin. I tuned them out and crept to the front of the truck. Henson went to the tailgate with Jig, and as they drew fire, I stayed as low as I could and sprinted to the next truck for cover. Getting to Luca without being shot was going to be a challenge. Every time I came across a dead goblin, I checked for a pulse. I found 2 alive and did what I could for their gunshot wounds. I lied better than I ever had before, telling them they'd make it out of this alive. When I stumbled across the body of a little girl, no more than 10 or 11, the dam holding back the worst of my anger crumbled. Luca and his band of monsters did this. It was going to be damned hard not to slit his throat. Sadly, we needed him alive, at least for a little while. I gently closed the little goblin's eyes, then readied my daggers. Luca was only 30 yards away. Main Street of Briar Junction had turned into a war zone in less than a minute. But Mariana was not getting what she wanted from these goblins. Not while I was still breathing.
Chapter 6. Aiden. Every time a gun went off, I ducked low and shielded the goblins. My heart jackhammered in my chest. My pulse beat so loudly in my ears, it almost drowned out the screams of the dying. Almost. My world had erupted into chaos the night I found Iona on the dirt road leading to my cabin. Or at least I thought it had. That was not chaos, not even close when compared to this. The faces of the dead hovered before my eyes. Each time another fell, a shimmering image of their soul lingered over their bodies. The confusion on their faces tore at me, as if I was being ripped to pieces. So much needless death was occurring around me, and there was nothing I could do to stop it, except save as many as I could. This right here was more than just chaos. This was my worst nightmare. The trucks we'd driven into town were currently in the middle of a gun battle. Trying to get to them would be suicide. Over here, a voice called. A goblin woman, older, waved her arm over her head. Behind her was a large vehicle with open doors. A few scared faces looked out. Iona's dagger in hand, I ushered the goblins with me toward her, bringing up the rear. As the goblins piled in, I slammed the doors shut and turned to the woman. "You know where to go?" I asked. Another soldier told us. "Aren't you coming?" Iona's orders were for me to get out of here, but there were too many goblins trapped in Briar Junction. That, and Iona was here. I was not leaving her, not when any second now she could lose her sight and be defenseless. Mentally, I rolled my eyes, wondering what the hell I'd be able to do to save her if that happened. I was just a healer. I shook my head and backed away from the vehicle. "Get them to safety. We'll catch up." The woman squeezed my arm, her brow furrowed. "Be careful." Staying here was not being careful. Staying here was the opposite of being careful. I couldn't fight, not like Iona or the others in the guild. All I had was a dagger. What good was that going to do me? As the Suburban drove away, I turned toward the heart of the small town and crept along an alley between two brick buildings. When I reached the end that dumped me back on the main road, my heart leapt into my throat and the dagger fell from my suddenly numb hand. I hardly heard the clattering of it over the impossibly loud fight taking place just yards in front of me. More dead goblins lined the street leading to two large transport trucks. Several dead radicals laid on the ground, but more took their place herding goblins into the backs of the trucks. I wasn't even sure where they were coming from. Bullets rained down from above, but they returned fire as more shoved goblins onward to what was most likely their deaths. A couple of our soldiers were amongst the dead. They looked as if they'd been trying to get in close, but failed. I clutched at the bricks near me, digging my nails in until my fingers bled. What had I gotten myself into? I should have gotten in that damn Suburban. Hell, I shouldn't have come here at all. Iona was right. I was a healer, not a freaking soldier. More screams reached my ears, and I clapped my hands over them, not wanting to hear the dying shrieks of the goblins I failed to protect. A tiny voice in the back of my mind said I deserved to go down with them. I should walk into the middle of that street and just let them have me. Guilt weighed me down so much I fell to my knees and curled in on myself. My family was right. I could say all I wanted about how great of a healer I was, but none of that mattered in the face of true violence. I was taught triage, but this was reality. It was harsh and beyond cruel. "Let me go," a tiny voice shrieked over the cacophony of others. "Let me go. Get away from me." "You're coming with us, all of you runts are," a rougher voice shouted. "Get in there." I lifted my head and searched for those voices. They weren't coming from the street. At the rear of the alley, two radicals were dragging a group of goblin kids. One was tossed over the radical's shoulder, who had a death grip on another one's arm. The other had three in his grasp, all headed for the transport trucks. Children who should be enjoying the innocence of youth were about to disappear in the back of one of those trucks and never be seen again. As if yanked to my feet by some invisible force, I stood and staggered down the alley. Anger replaced the guilt that slowly turned to a calmness I never experienced before. Adrenaline flooded my veins, but all other emotions faded away like they didn't exist. I zeroed in on the radicals and stalked out of the alley. "Hey assholes," I shouted. The two radicals paused and glanced over their shoulders. The kids kept fighting until one was backhanded to the ground. My hands curled into fists, and I took another step forward. "Who the hell are you?" the one holding the kid over his shoulder demanded. "Well?" "Healer," I replied, my voice sounding strange to my ears. "Healer, eh? I think he's that traitor running around with the bitch," the first radical said to the second. "Then he should die right along with her." The second radical, wearing a red bandana on his head, spat. He glared at me as I steadily moved in closer. "You all should. Goblin-loving bast." I threw my fist into his face as hard as I could, cutting off whatever he'd been about to say. His head flew to the side, and I followed it up with another punch to his gut. He reached for his gun, but I snatched it from his hands and tossed it behind me. I grabbed his head by the neck and slammed it into my knee. He collapsed to the ground unconscious. The second radical was spewing curses as he attempted to get the goblin kid off his shoulder, but the little boy had grabbed on tight, preventing him from getting his gun free. I rushed forward to snag the kid, stopping him from falling and cracking his head on the pavement. Reaching for the gun strap at the same time, I yanked the bastard to me and headbutted him. He staggered around, shaking his head. With the kid out of the way, I got behind the attacker and wrapped my arms around his neck, cutting off his air. The moment he went limp, I released him. He slumped to the ground next to the first one. "You all right?" I asked the kids, as the last several minutes caught up with me in a rush. I gasped for breath and winced at the throbbing in my knuckles and head. The kids nodded together, little mouths dropping open in surprise, eyes widened. "Right, let's get you out of here." I told them to hold hands, then led them through the side street toward the edge of town. I had no idea how I was going to get them out of here. I was damn sure the radicals had set up a perimeter. A truck suddenly swerved into view. There were goblins in the truck bed, hunching down low to avoid being shot. When they spotted me with the kids, one of them smacked his hand against the back window. The truck slammed on its brakes, and I told the kids to run for it. The adults in the bed lifted them up, tucking the kids in between them. "Get them out of here, go," I yelled as I closed the tailgate. One of the kids, the little boy that had helped me against the gunman, grabbed my hand at the last second. He clung to it. I nodded. He yelled when one of the women gently pulled him away, and the truck sped off, aiming for a dirt road heading north out of Briar Junction. "All right, Aiden," I told myself as I watched the truck until it disappeared behind a line of tall pines. "You can do this. You are not a coward." I hustled away from the two unconscious attackers and back toward Main Street. There had to be more goblins pinned down and cowering inside buildings. I could get them to safety. I backtracked to the general store, and using the rear entrances into the other shops up and down Main Street, I crept inside, searched the spaces, then got whatever goblins were in there safely out back. They set off on foot, taking the same dirt road as the truck had gone. I worried they'd be caught, but was assured they had several large trucks in a machine shed in the North Fields. I sent them on their way, and eventually found myself back at the end of Main Street. Hardly any time had passed at all, but the soldiers pushed back against the radicals. They were no longer trying to load up goblins, and were simply trying to stay alive under a barrage of heavy fire. I ran around the last building on the street, planning to stay out of the way and watch when a familiar shout drew my attention. Iona had somehow made it past the line of radicals and stood at the end of Main Street. 3 Fis surrounded her. None had guns at least, but all she had was one dagger. Blood trickled down her cheek. The 3 Fi looked far worse. "You could make this easy on yourself and come quietly," she said to the tallest Fi. He drew a large machete from a sheath on his back. "And missed the chance to take you down. Never. Venkalth and Mariana are paying good money for your head." "Just my head, huh? They're sick of dealing with you. They figure you'll make a better corpse than a prisoner." I itched to rush in there and help her, but I had no weapons on me. All I'd do is probably distract her and get her hurt or killed. "You really think you're going to be the one to kill me, Luca?" The Fi said nothing in reply. He snapped his fingers. The two behind her attacked. I bit back a shout of warning when Iona ducked under their blows and kicked out their feet. She moved with the same grace I'd seen before. Watching her fight was incredible. I smirked, knowing she'd kick their asses up and down the street. If we survived this craziness, maybe I'd ask her for a favor. She brought her elbow back into one of their faces, then Luca and she were going at it. Her dagger clashed against the larger blade of his machete, but she was too fast for him. She kicked him in the chest and he sprawled to the ground. She spun around in time to get back to fighting off the other two. One she stabbed in the gut and he fell to his knees. The other managed to take hold of her arm and flipped her over his head. She crashed to the concrete but slashed out with her dagger, rolled to her feet, and was right back in the fight against the unnamed Phi and Luca. She pushed them back as if every move she made was like second nature to her, and that dagger was an extension of her hand. She slit the throat of the Phi, and then it was just her and Luca again. I quietly urged her on, willing her to finish the fight. She knocked the machete from his hand and held her dagger tip right below his chin. She was talking to him, but it was too quiet for me to hear. The gunfire that had been constant was slowing to a random burst every now and again. I waited for Iona to finish the bastard off, but she just held him there. "What are you waiting for?" I muttered quietly, then cursed when the Phi she'd stabbed in the gut found his way to his feet. "Iona, behind you!" I shouted. Luca heard me, but Iona made no indication she had. Iona. Shit. I stumbled over my feet as I ran from behind the building. The Phi picked up a dagger from the ground. He smiled darkly as he aimed for her back. "Iona. Turn around." I yelled again, praying she'd hear me. Only she couldn't. And worse, she shook her head, and the grip on her dagger seemed to go loose. She glanced around wildly like she couldn't see. Luca took advantage of the moment and shoved her backward. The Phi with the dagger waited for her to get closer. I wasn't about to stand there and watch her die. Time seemed to speed up as I sprinted toward Iona. A glint of steel shimmered on the ground. I scooped up the blade as I ran past, held it firmly in my hand. Just as the Phi was about to run Iona through, I leaped on his back and rode him to the ground. We rolled. I pinned him to the ground with my weight, stabbed him in the chest as he flailed against me. His weapon cut against my thigh, but I hardly felt a thing. Fury at all the death and misery the radicals caused this day slammed into me, and I stabbed the Phi repeatedly until he stopped screaming and my arm grew tired. I gasped for breath as I looked at the unmoving body beneath me. Somewhere behind me, I heard Henson and Jig talking. One of them said Iona's name, but a rush of uneasiness in my gut froze me in place. "Aiden." I heard Iona, but I couldn't bring myself to look away from the bloody corpse beneath me. My hands were coated in crimson. A smaller hand with black claws covered mine. "Aiden, let go of the dagger." "He's dead." "Dead?" I repeated. The word sounded like it was spoken by someone else. "He's dead. Give me the dagger." She pried my fingers loose and tossed the weapon aside. "Come on, let's get you on your feet." She helped me up, not seeming to care that I was covered in the blood of the dead Phi. I killed him. I took a life. He was dead because of me. I turned to the side and vomited, gagging and choking as I saw that Phi's face all over again while I stabbed him, while the light drained from his eyes. "It's all right," Iona said as she supported me against her side. "You'll be fine." I wanted to rant that this would never be all right. I lifted my head to do just that when I realized she wasn't looking at me, not directly. Her eyes were focused over my right shoulder, and they were cloudy. I waved my hand in front of her face. She didn't even blink. "Iona, your eyes." She stiffened. "We need to get back to the farm. Can you walk?" I glanced from her to the Phi I'd murdered. An icy chill raced down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold wind or the snow beginning to fall from an ever-darkening sky. "Yeah, I can walk." She nodded, then let go of my arm. She blinked and called for Henson. He took my place and guided her to where Jig had Luca on his knees, a rifle aimed at his forehead. His hands were bound behind his back. He sneered at Iona as she approached. "I see Venkalth got his shot at you after all." Iona's lip twitched. She lunged forward and grabbed him by the throat. He gagged and sputtered as she squeezed. An image of the dying Phi appeared in my mind's eye, and I hurried to get away from the scene just as blood trickled around Iona's claws. Orion's words of warning whispered through my mind as a soldier helped me get into the passenger seat of one of our trucks. Stained hands and darkened souls. That's what Orion told me. I held up my blood-soaked hands. Hot tears slipped from my eyes. The markings of a healer on my forearm seemed to burn, as though the ink was trying to get free of my skin. I'd sworn to never take a life, but I just stabbed a man to death. Stabbed him over and over, without a care for the life I was stealing. What have I done? I whispered to the empty truck. I tucked my hands against my sides and looked blankly out the windshield, as snow stuck to the glass.
Chapter 7. Iona. He gonna be all right? Henson asked once we returned to the farm. Shapes were still blurry, but it wasn't total darkness as it had been at the tail end of the fight against Luca. Aiden stood away from everyone else. He wasn't talking to anyone. Just stood there looking lost. I wasn't surprised. The Phi he killed in Briar Junction was his first kill. He was a healer. He wasn't meant to take lives, not like that. I hadn't seen the act itself, but I heard his furious yelling over the man's dying cries. It was how I found him once Henson and Jig had Luca in custody. Luca was currently being yanked out of the backseat of another truck and taken to the workshop. I don't know, I answered honestly. He's not like us. I wouldn't be too certain. He attacked that Phi with a vengeance I've only ever seen in fighters. Part of me wished I had seen it, and at the same time it bothered me. Aiden should not have been there in the first place. He should never have been in that situation. I wasn't an idiot. The only reason he went was to keep an eye on me. What about you? I grabbed the bag from the bed of the truck and slung it over my shoulder. It was loaded with weapons we confiscated from the radicals. What about me? Don't do that thing where you act like nothing happened out there, he said as he blocked my path. I saw your eyes, Iona. We all did. You couldn't see a thing. From the way you acted when we first got to you, you couldn't hear either. He planted his hands on his hips and muttered, "Can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with the damned healer. We never should have let you go out there." I dropped the heavy bag on his foot. He grunted and scowled at me. "You are not going to keep me trapped here like some invalid." "I will if it keeps you alive. I can see and hear. There's nothing wrong with me. Until the next time. You sure Aiden's not right about you having some secret death wish?" I looked at him for a solid 5 seconds, then walked away. I planned to go inside and take a shower, get cleaned up the best I could, but Aiden's wandering away distracted me. He went to the right of the barn and kept on walking. Curious and worried about what he was up to, I followed, keeping my distance. We left the farmhouse and barn behind. The voices of the new arrivals trailed away as Aiden walked along a narrow gravel path that led into the fields behind the house. Another barn resided at the very end of the path, this one too rundown for us to do much with. It should have been condemned and torn down for materials, but we hadn't gotten around to it yet. Aiden wove his way through the pile of wooden timbers and planks that had once made up the double-door entrance and disappeared inside. I hurried to catch up, seeing that piece of crap building collapse atop him and bury him alive. He needed space. I understood that, but a voice told me not to leave him alone, not right now. I was at the door to the barn without even realizing it. I heard him muttering to himself as I climbed around the wood planks and entered the dark barn. The only light came through the old windows covered in grime and dust. The sun was trying to break through the storm clouds, but had yet to succeed. Aiden paced from one end of the barn to the other, kicking up old hay and dust as he went. I found a sturdy stack of timbers and sat down on them, nursing my sore body from the latest fight. Luca had been harder to take down than I expected. I would have been just fine if I hadn't gone blind. And deaf. Well? Aiden suddenly snapped as he continued pacing. Well, what? Aren't you going to yell at me for something? Tell me I told you so for going? Come on, let's get this over with. I rubbed hard at my eyes as a dull throb started behind them. I'm not going to yell at you. That's a first. I'm just keeping an eye on you. Why? You think I'm going to do something crazy? He threw his hands to the side and stopped walking so suddenly he tripped over his feet and nearly fell over. Oh wait, that's you. I didn't come here to talk about me. Maybe we should, he shot back, those kind eyes no longer kind. Instead, they were furious and dark, as his hands curled into fists at his sides like he was ready to hit something. He stomped toward me, and for the first time since meeting Aiden, I believed he was capable of violence. Not like what he did in Briar Junction, killing someone to save someone else. No, that look in his eyes bordered on a darkness I'd only seen in those of the Fighters Guild. He might be healer, but there was a chance he would shift from that course. Aiden, just take a breath. I know what you did today was against your nature, but you can't change the past. You need to accept it. Accept it, he repeated quietly. Just like that. It's the only way to get over what you've done. His hands were stained red with the blood of the Fae he killed. Why don't we go back to the house and get cleaned up, all right? We can talk about it then. My hands, he said as he raised them before his face, in blood. Because of you. I licked my lips and reminded myself that he was going through a traumatic experience and I needed to be there for him. I needed to help him through this, not get angry at him for blaming me. You rushed in to save me. I appreciate it, I do, but Aiden? No, he yelled, cutting me off. You don't understand. Everything that I've done, it's all because of you. This right here? This is your fault. All of it is your fault. His words bounced off the rafters as he spun around unsteadily. I wouldn't even be in this damned situation if it wasn't for you. You just had to find your way to that road the night you were poisoned. Why couldn't you have stumbled into any other healer's life? Why did it have to be mine? I steeled myself against the harshness of his words. Why did I even care? Are you saying you'd rather I have died, is that it? Save you from these last few months of misery? Something like that, yes. I'm not Mariana. I'm not the one ordering goblins be rounded up and taken as slaves, I reminded him sternly. Maybe you should focus on what's at stake here. You want to blame me for the life you took today? Then fine, but don't stand there and blame all of your issues on me. He laughed, but the sound was off. It grated on my ears. My issues all come back to you, Iona. Every last one of them. I stood as he reached me. What the hell are you talking about? I saved your life, and then I should have let you walk out that door like every other patient I've treated. But no, I got sucked into this shit show all because of him. His cursing threw me off, almost as much as the hateful look in his eyes. I replayed his words over in my head and frowned. Him who? But Aiden was walking away from me again, yelling as he went. He's making me watch over you. Like that's something I could even do. I'm a healer, not some damned bodyguard. But no. He put your life, your soul in my hands, he ranted. Then Orion and the damned smiling like he knows something, and the vision he spoke of just before we left. Stained hands and darkened soul. Damn. I can't do this. I wasn't meant for this kind of life. I just wanted to help people. Is that too much to ask? He threw his head back, shouting an aggravated yell at the roof. Was he losing his mind? What vision? I asked, waiting to see if he'd answer me this time. Orion. He said it before I left today. Said there was blood and death in my future. The old goblin was right. You did what was necessary out there, and I'm sorry for it. I am. Are you really? He scoffed as he shook his head, disgusted. You don't even know what to be sorry for. You have no idea. Then tell me, I demanded. Help me understand. I killed a man today, he whispered. Some of the fight seemed to suddenly go out of him. I stabbed him to death. I let my anger take over, and I keep seeing the light leaving his eyes. If you didn't kill him, he would have killed me. And so many others. That doesn't make it right. He closed his eyes and sucked in a deep breath. When he let it out, he mumbled, I wish I'd never seen him in the first place. Now he was starting to worry me. Him who, Aiden? Who are you talking about? He turned his back to me and started to walk for the door. I rushed to beat him there and blocked his path. I'm going to the house. No, you're not. Not until you tell me. Who? The anger that had burned in his eyes seconds ago was slipping away, replaced by apprehension and worry. He gulped and took a large step back, as if afraid I was going to punch him. I waited for him to spit it out. The longer I looked at him, the more annoyance gnawed at my gut. I opened my mouth to yell at him again, when a thought struck me so hard I staggered back. He said he did all of this because he told him to. I heard Aiden mention a few times that he could see the souls of the dead. No, I gasped as I clutched a hand to my stomach. No, you didn't. He said nothing, but his silence was answer enough. My heart stuttered as a sharp pain tore through my chest that had me falling into the nearest timber. Jarek, I said on a breath, and Aiden cringed. You saw Jarek? Yes, he admitted. How many times? Several, he replied, but the way he said it was off. When was the last time you saw him? I asked. When he took too long to answer, I charged forward and grabbed him by his coat. When, Aiden? Tell me. A few days ago, he uttered. That recent? I shoved him away and wanted to curl in myself, disappear. He'd seen Jarek only a few days ago, but I hadn't seen or heard him in 2 months. 2 whole months. Jarek talked to this Phi, but not to me? Iona? I held up a hand to shut him up, but he kept on talking. He appeared that first night in my cabin with you. He's been here with us at the farm, watching over the sick and you the best he can. He asked me to protect you. You? Protect me? I barked a laugh. From what? From yourself, he answered. He's worried about you. He has a messed up way of showing it. All this time I believed he'd moved on, but no. He was hanging around, talking to Aiden instead of me. Letting himself be seen by Aiden and not me. I didn't think my heart could break anymore, but now it shattered. No, not shattered. Turned to ice. My teeth chattered from the cold, stretching out from the center of my chest, until it filled every inch of me. Here I was, risking everything to save Charu's, and Jarek didn't even have the decency to show himself to me. The next time you see Jarek, I whispered to Aiden, you tell him I can take care of myself just fine. You sure about that? Don't, I warned, on the edge of losing whatever little control I had left. I was confused, pissed, and ready to beat the hell out of something until my knuckles bled. Jarek betrayed me, and now Aiden had. Both of them acted like I was about to walk off a cliff to my death, neither understanding what fighting this war would cost all of us. I hated Jarek, hated them both for lying to me. For not listening. That was at least one thing they had in common. You want to blame someone for the life you took today, blame yourself, I told Aiden coldly. I told you not to go. I told you the front is no place for a kind soul. For a healer who's never had a taste of blood. You're too soft for this war, Aiden. Maybe it's time you leave for the Light Phi Kingdoms. I'm not leaving you, he said as I marched for the door. I promise to look after you, even when you can't admit to yourself how serious your condition is becoming. I had been afraid today that I was losing my sight permanently. Thankfully, it had finally come back as if I'd never been blind in the first place. To a dead king, I said. He can't do anything to you. He's just a ghost. I don't go back on my word, even if it's to the dead. I shook my head as I walked away. Then you're a bigger fool than I first thought. Aiden called my name again. I ignored him, and set a course toward the workshop where Jig had taken Luca. The lights were on inside, and as black storm clouds brewed on the horizon, I shook the newly fallen snow from my head and entered. Jig was talking quietly to Luca, but stopped when I appeared. Iona? Jig gave me a questioning look. I waved him off and shrugged out of my coat. You going to talk? I asked Luca. He leaned forward, straining against the chains binding him to the metal chair in the center of the room. What do you think, mongrel? I glared right back. Good. I need to hit something. I drew my fist back, and it collided with his face. I followed it up with a second hit, as Jig stepped to the side, watching. Chapter 8. Iona. I rubbed my split knuckles, wiping the blood from my hands with a wet rag. We can do this all night, Luca. How about you start giving me some answers, huh? He spat a mouthful of blood at my feet. I smirked at the tooth that appeared in the mess of it all. He stretched his jaw, then shook his head. Some very colorful words rushed out of his mouth, until they were cut off by Henson backhanding him. My second in command had a steely expression, one he'd been wearing since he came in here an hour ago and saw me beating the life out of Luca. He'd shoved his hair back with a leather tie, and had told me to continue. Back when we worked together at the Royal Buildings, I could always tell what he was thinking. Not at that moment, though. And not since. I wondered if he'd been talking to Aiden, but even if he had, I didn't want to talk about the damned healer or the lies he told me. Henson backhanded Luca a second time. The sound of flesh smacking flesh drew me back to the present. Jig stood behind Luca, righting him each time the thigh was about to topple over in the metal chair. You'd save yourself some pain if you would just tell us, I said, tossing the dirty rag on the table behind me. Why are you rounding up goblins? Who sent you to do it? Go rot. I rolled my eyes, then buried my fist in his gut. He grunted as he doubled over. I'm not sure you understand this, but no one's coming to save you. She will, he whispered so quietly I wasn't even sure I heard him right. She who? He clamped his lips shut, until I punched him in the stomach again. Jig grabbed a handful of hair on the bastard's head and yanked it back, exposing his throat. He flailed and twisted, trying to get free, but he wasn't going anywhere. I held my claws above his right eye and leaned in closer. Tell me, Luca, or you lose an eye. You'll walk around the rest of your days with only one. Maybe you'll lose some other vital parts tonight too. Then we can be blind together, you filthy half-breed. I rested my claws below his eye, and dug the tips in enough to draw blood. I'm not the one who's losing an eye. No? You're losing your sight though. He cackled, the sound raspy from the last few hours of his yelling and cursing. Venkalf said he got you good. He was surprised to see you alive at the royal grounds, but he said it didn't matter. Eventually, the venom will kill you one way or another. All he has to do is wait until you're blind and deaf, and can't feel a damn thing but numbness spreading throughout your body. I lowered my hand as my vision became filled with black spots. I swallowed hard and backed away. Luca smiled wider, even as Jig tugged harder on his head to try and shut him up. Your death is going to be slow and painful, Luca went on, yelling over Jig's commands to shut up. If Venkalf doesn't get to you first, you'll be begging for death. I said be quiet, Jig snapped, and a dagger appeared at Luca's throat. Luca stopped talking, but the damage was done. The spots grew larger, blocking out Henson, then Jig and Luca. I willed myself to stay calm as their voices became muffled. Soon all I heard was a dull roaring in my ears as I gripped the work table behind me. This wasn't happening, not now, not yet. I was not going to just let this venom take over my life. I dug my claws into the dried-out wood of the table, and counted backward from 20. It was stupid to think I could mentally control the poison running through my veins. Little by little, the darkness cleared. The voices of Henson, Jig, and Luca bombarded my ears. I held up a hand, and all three fell silent. You're going to tell me who told you to go after the goblins, and you're going to do it now, I told Luca quietly. Or what? I see the fear in your eyes, Iona. You don't scare me, not anymore. You are nothing. Jig pressed the blade against Luca's throat, but I waved him off. Slowly he removed it, giving me a questioning look. I walked toward the Phi, stopping just a few feet away. You're right, I said, and Henson and Jig visibly tensed. I will go blind one day. I'll be deaf, and that poison will most likely eat me alive from the inside out. I've accepted my fate, Luca. Have you? He shifted uneasily in the chair. You can't do anything to scare me. Oh no? Do you know what's more terrifying than facing death? Coming face to face with someone who knows they're going to die and is okay with it. You know why? Because there is nothing left that I fear. Nothing. He tried to laugh, but the sound caught in his throat. You're lying. I see the fear in you right now. Fear for Charuz, maybe. Fear for what will happen to Jarek's legacy, but I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid to face my future because no matter how deprived of my senses I might become, I lunged forward on my last word and dug my claws into the skin around his right eye. As he screamed, I twisted and tore it free of the socket. I can still tear you limb from limb and feed you to the wolves. Luca continued to scream as blood seeped from his empty eye socket. I dropped the offending chunk of skin and eyeball from my claws. It rolled to the floor and I stomped on it. He sputtered as he gripped the arms of the chair, holding on for dear life. I stretched my claws and returned to him. As I placed them under his left eye, he fell silent, except for a quiet whimper every few seconds. Now, who sent you to round up goblins? I asked, dragging the tips of my claws along the tender skin beneath his eye. Who, Luca, or do you get to tell me what it's like to be truly blind? Who do you think? He spat. I dug the claws into his skin and he shrieked. Mariana. It was Mariana, all right? Why? He hesitated, and I leaned forward, prepared to remove his eye. Stop, just stop. She wanted us to prove our loyalty to her, and round up as many goblins as we could, the ones who survived the first wave. Confused, I glanced at Henson and Jig to see if either of them understood what he meant. They shook their heads, and I lifted Luca's chin with a single claw, forcing his one good eye to meet my glare. What first wave? The first wave to weed out the weak, so when the time comes to form the army, only the strong are left. Luca tore his face away from my claw. An army that will tear through the light Phi kingdoms, backed by the Phi of the dark. It'll be a new era for the Phi. For all of us. We'll have the world we deserve to have with a fearless queen to lead us. I balled my fists together and slammed them into his face. His head lolled to the side as he slumped in the chair, unconscious. Jig sighed, backing away from Luca. Care to share what he was talking about? Henson asked me. And why you knocked him out? We need more intel. We'll get it, I assured them, grabbing the rag off the table to clean my claws. And this first wave? You know what it is. Yeah. So do you. I tossed the dirty rag onto Luca's lap in disgust. The plague that's spreading through the goblin communities. Aiden said it was like nothing he'd ever seen before. You think that, what, Mariana had someone create this sickness? Jig asked, sounding skeptical. That takes a long time, right? She's only been in charge for 2 months. You're really going to tell me, you don't think she could have been planning this for longer? For years? She's been plotting behind Jarek's back since he took the throne, I reminded them. And who knows how long she's been working with Venkalth. We all know damned well what he's capable of. But creating a plague? Come on, Iona. I shrugged at Jig. Not much different than Venkalth being able to make Reaper venom. He could be working with healers, who aren't exactly healers anymore. We all know how the guilds work. They take in anyone with talent, and those members are not always willing to abide by the rules. I picked out more bits of skin from under my claws, then started for the door. I want him watched at all hours. Once he's awake, we'll get him to tell us the rest. If Mariana did have Venkalth, or someone create a plague, Henson said, following me to the door, this could only be the beginning of what she's planning for the goblins and those that aren't willing to fight in her army. You think I don't know that? You're sure as hell not acting like it. My hand fell away from the door. What is that supposed to mean? You know damned well what it means. Do you think we only need you around until we kill Venkalth, or Mariana? You think that'll be the end of it? I opened the door but he slammed it shut, and held it there. Bastard. I glared at him. They're the ones behind it. There won't be a war once they're dead. And Rayson? Or the council? Do you think they're just going to stop this war? They're using Mariana as much as she's using them. They'll put someone else in her place, probably someone worse. We need a plan. I'm working on one. Isn't that what we've been doing this whole time? I started to say, but he was shaking his head with an angry expression on his face. What's your problem? My problem is you are suddenly acting like you're stupid. Back off. Why should I? Aiden's about to go off the rails because he killed someone for you, Iona. He went against his nature for you, and you still don't get it. He removed his hand from the door and crossed his arms. We are not going to let you just give up, got that? Not happening. Who said I am? Your actions right now are screaming hell of a lot louder than your words. You don't know anything, I whispered as I threw the door open and stomped outside into the freezing cold. Snow fell from the sky, adding to the mounds that had no chance to melt yet. Aiden needed to be told about the plague and what was really behind it, or rather who. Seeing that Phi was the last thing I wanted, but the information was important. If Venkalth did help create the sickness, the chances of his having some sort of cure were high. Now we really had to find him and make him hand it over, no matter what the cost. The walk back to the abandoned barn was long and silent. It was empty when I arrived, but Aiden's tracks were visible, leading to the farmhouse. I turned and made to head in that direction, when tiny black spots filled my vision. I slipped in the snow, and managed to fall into a tree trunk instead of landing on my back. The spots danced like dark fireflies, blocking out the woods around me and the path at my feet. They became larger as my pulse raced. An icy touch of fear crawled up my back to cradle my nape, then traveled higher. A horrifying notion of death, standing right behind me, startled me out of the strange daydream. I whipped around, ready to tear myself free of his grasp. Instead, I fell into the snow. Only it wasn't cold. Not against my face nor my hands. I grabbed a handful and held it as tight as I could, waiting for the familiar chill to spread up my arms. There was nothing. I dropped it hastily and scrambled away until my back hit another tree. I squinted, straining to make out the woods or the old barn. The snowfall swirled violently around me as the dead branches creaked and swayed overhead. A shadowy figure stepped out from behind a tree, hunched and short. A goblin? Who's there? I demanded, reaching for my daggers, but I'd left them in the workshop. Idiot, I whispered to myself as I used the tree to stand myself back upright. Answer me. The shadow stumbled closer, and I braced my feet in the wet snow, ready to defend myself. The darkness filled my eyesight, until there was only a hint of the world around me remaining. A horrible rattling sound came from the figure. It was only 10 yards away, then less. I told myself to attack first, but my body refused to respond. I'd been in plenty of terrifying situations, and not been afraid. At this moment, fear was all I had, and it rooted me to the spot. Who are you? I shouted. The figure kept coming. I bit my lip to stop myself from crying out in fear. I was a fighter. I did not show fear, yet here I was, knees shaking and hands digging into the tree trunk like it was somehow going to keep me alive. A hand shot out and grabbed hold of my arm, startling me. I did yell then, but it only lasted for a second. The dark spots disappeared, clearing my vision, and I saw who had a death grip on my forearm. Orion? The sick old goblin fell onto me, and we hit the ground, sinking into the snow. His breaths came in rattling gasps. His skin was clammy and cold. Relieved I had feeling back in my hands, I shifted Orion until his back was propped against the tree. His eyes were shut and he wore a long-sleeve shirt and pants. He was going to freeze to death, in his state of health, if I didn't get him back inside. What the hell was he even doing out here? We need to get you to the house, I told the old goblin. Orion? Can you hear me? His knobby fingers dug into my arm, and when his eyes opened, my jaw fell open. His eyes were milky white, but he was looking right at me. The end is coming, he whispered, his voice rough and grating against my skin. She will have her war. She will have death. So much death. They both will. He blinked, and the milky color of his eyes darkened to a stormy gray. We will never have peace again, never see the light again unless they're stopped. It's what I'm doing, I said slowly, not sure if he was talking to me or himself. Are you? The tone and timbre of his voice shifted. I froze. It was Orion. I was only talking to Orion, I reassured myself. Or tried to. I'll kill Venkalth and Mariana, but you can't ask any more of me. You can't. Got it? You don't get to put that on me, after everything I've already been through. If not you, then who else can carry that burden? He asked, his voice changing even more. Anyone else? Please don't make me do this. I'm dying, remember? Venom is killing me from the inside out. You can't ask me to keep fighting. My eyes might have told me Orion was the goblin before me, but in my head I knew whose words those were. There's only you and one other. A balance between worlds, he went on. Your time hasn't come yet. It won't for many, many years, Iona. I can't, I whispered, hating how much my voice shook. All right? I can't. Aiden brought me back from the edge of death once. He won't be able to stop it a second time, and maybe I don't want to be here afterward. Did you ever think of that, Jarek? Think of what I want. Orion's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, I wasn't seeing Orion at all. A bearded face looked back at me, face set in a stern frown. I've learned a few things since I've been dead, he told me as the woods fell away and it was just the two of us surrounded by white fog. You and I were never meant to be, Iona. It's a hard truth for me to swallow. This was always going to be my fate, as yours is yet to unfold. I shoved Jarek and staggered away through the fog. My fate is to die, same as yours. Not at the hands of that monster. Not because you gave up. What else do you want me to do? I ranted, throwing my arms up. He killed me the second he shot me with that dart. I am going to die. Why is it no one else can accept that fact but me? Have you? His brow arched as he asked. Look me in the eye, Iona, and tell me you're ready to die. Tell me you're ready to leave this world, knowing that even after my sister and Venkalth are dead, war is still coming to the goblins. To the Light Fi. Even to the humans. This world is about to be plunged into darkness. And? He scoffed as he closed the distance between us, the fog swirling angrily around his legs as if mimicking his emotions. You're hard, Iona, but you're not a heartless wretch. You care about the world and those in it. You even care about the healer who saved your life. Twice now, I do believe. And look what it's cost him, I seethed. It's breaking him. We all break at some point. Better he does it with you around. Why? I shouted, wanting to get away from Jarek and out of whatever weird dream state this was. Had Orion even come to me in the woods? Was this all just in my head? Maybe this was the venom talking, and I was lying in the snow, dying slowly and alone? You're not, Jarek replied, answering my unspoken question. And I don't have much time left. I can't move on until I know you're on the right path. I laughed, wanting to scream and curse him out, but then his hands ended up on my shoulders as he lowered his tall frame, so his eyes locked onto mine. The laughter died in my throat. What do you want from me? What? In a single instant, every second I'd ever spent with Jarek flashed before my eyes. As each moment played out, I waited to feel that intense love we had for each other. It was muted. That was the only way I could think to describe it. My anger at his death was present as always, but the love for him had changed. What is this? I sucked in a pained breath, as if the air was growing thin. Me helping you, he replied sadly. There's no more time for you to wallow in grief. Jarek, don't, I said as I grabbed for his hand on my shoulder. You need to move on. It's the only way to give you clarity. Trust me, Iona, as I always trusted you. He pressed his lips to the top of my head and held me close. The world needs you as I once did. Don't abandon them. He started to pull away from me. I tried to hold on. Jarek, no, don't do this. I'm sorry, his voice whispered against my ear. So damn sorry. My eyes slipped closed, and when I opened them, I was back in the woods. My body was frozen from sitting in the snow, and my back hurt from digging into the bark of the tree. A grunt on my right had me turning to find Orion slumped over. "Damn," I muttered and reached for him. "Orion? Wake up, old man." "Who you calling old?" he grumbled as I propped him up against my side. "Iona?" He blinked as he glanced around. "What are we doing out here?" I had no way to answer him, unless it involved explaining how he became possessed by the spirit of Jarek. I hauled the goblin to his feet, put his arm around my shoulders, and started for the farmhouse. "You were wandering around," I told him. "Let's get you back to the house. I'm sure they're looking for you." "I don't even remember leaving," he replied. "I was having the strangest dream." "You and me both," I murmured. When the front porch came into view, Teresa, along with Matilda and Aiden, stood on it. Teresa looked frantic, and I heard her calling Orion's name. She was already a mess since Henry came down with the plague. I called out to them as we stepped into the reach of the porch's light. "Orion!" Teresa bolted off the porch and rushed to hug her uncle. "Are you all right? What were you doing out in the woods?" "I'm not entirely sure," he told her, but he gave me a curious glance. "I found him," I explained. "He looked a bit out of it." "Come on, let's get you inside and warm you up," Matilda said as she helped support him. "You're freezing." Orion mumbled he was fine, but both women scolded him for leaving the warmth and safety of the house. I was left with Aiden on the front porch after the door slammed shut. Just the two of us. I rested my hands on the railing and looked down the long stretch of gravel drive. "What happened out there?" I didn't reply to Aiden's question right away. Part of me hoped he would take that as a sign I wasn't ready to talk to him after our fight in the old barn. His boots scuffed along the floorboards, and then he was at my side. "Iona?" "I don't know. I was out for a walk after dealing with Luca, and I found him." "That's it?" "Yeah, that's it," I said, then cursed. "But I need to tell you something else. Luca gave us some intel tonight." "What did you have to do to get it?" he asked quietly. We all heard the screams. "Don't ask questions you really don't want to hear the answers to." His hands curled around the railing beside mine. I waited for a lecture, or for our fight to pick up where it left off. A small voice in my head said to tell him what happened out in the woods, and Jarek's final message to me. The words wouldn't come, and as the minutes dragged on, the silence became deafening. I hung my head and gave up. "The plague was created to wipe out the weak goblins," I told him. "Damn it. You're sure?" "Not entirely, but Luca wasn't exactly in a position to keep talking. We'll get more out of him soon enough." Exhaustion overcame me, and all I wanted was to lie down and pass out for a few hours. Or a few days. My emotions were confused and jumbled after talking to Jarek. He said he was helping me by moving me past my grief for his death. All that did was make everything more of a mess inside my head. I was at the door when Aiden called my name. "About earlier," he murmured. "I am sorry I didn't tell you." "We all lie, Aiden, just part of life. And we all kill eventually too, I guess." The heaviness in his words almost made me turn back around to tell him again that the life he took probably saved countless others. Almost. "Get some sleep," I finally said. "The next few days are going to be hard for all of us." "How? Iona?" I ignored him and hurried inside to get away from him. He was going through some shit. I understood that, but I couldn't be his support system tonight. There was no upbeat, optimistic talk I could give him that would pull him out of the darkness, not in the state I was in. Maybe not ever. Jarek and the others put their faith in the wrong half-breed.
Chapter 9. Aiden. Another sharp shriek came from the workshop, and I put my head down against the blustering blizzard winds. I passed by that damned shop every day to get to the barn from the farmhouse, and every day was the same. Iona and Henson spent their days attempting to extract more information from Luca, and every day he fought back. They'd brought in several other prisoners from the convoys they'd attacked over the last 3 weeks. They didn't last as long as Luca was lasting. Everyone was on edge. I overheard Iona and Henson arguing almost every day on what their next move should be. They were waiting for a definite date for Mariana's wedding to race on. At the same time, they were desperate to figure out where the goblin prisoners were being taken so they could shut down the raids and hopefully rescue all those that had been captured. Without getting certain bits of information, they were stuck at a standstill. The plague had only gotten worse, too. More goblins fell ill every day. It was a miracle none had died yet, but several weren't going to hold on much longer. Everything I was doing for them was only holding back the inevitable. Just like with Iona. Nothing the healers or I came up with was a cure. That resided with whoever created the plague in the first place. I bustled into the barn, shaking the snow from my coat and hair. Lanterns lit the perimeter of the area. Only one other person was in there, moving slowly between the beds of the sick. Teresa. That you? The figure was hard to make out, but I thought that was her head of long dark hair. She'd been in here as often as she could since Henry had become one of the fallen. If she wasn't here, she was at the house watching over Orion. If it was Teresa, she didn't respond, just moved to the next row of cots. I hung up my coat with a worried frown and inched around the edge of patience. Teresa. The figure kept walking away from me, seeming to change each time it passed through the shadows created by the scattering of light. The long hair vanished, and the person grew taller, broader in the shoulders, almost like it was a man. Henson. What was I seeing? I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I should have tried to get a few more hours of sleep. Not that sleep was something that came to me much anymore. Most nights, if I did finally pass out from exhaustion, I'd wake up again within a few moments, seeing the faces of the sick and dying. Seeing the face of the fly I killed. The figure continued its slow pace around the barn, weaving between the cots. A gloved hand reached out, touching every goblin. As soon as it made contact, the goblin gasped for air, then went utterly still. The barn was soon filled with a symphony of dying moans. I rushed forward, intending to stop whoever was. Had Venkalth gotten past the posted guards? "Hey, stop!" I shouted and grabbed the figure's shoulder just as he passed Henry's bedside. Henry grabbed hold of my arm, eyes wide and pleading for help. "Aiden, why?" Then his grip slackened, and he died with those eyes frozen open in terror. I staggered away as more dying voices called out in a chorus, all of them asking me why. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound penetrated the barrier. The figure hadn't moved away, but it hadn't turned either. Desperate for this to end, I lunged forward and whirled the person around. The face that looked back at me, eyes solid black and filled with nothing but malice, was my own. The leer that lifted those lips made the double appear evil. Pure evil. He cackled as I backed away further, the chorus of voices fading as the goblins died, one after the other. "What? You don't like your handiwork?" the other me asked. He spread his arms wide and spun slowly around until he was back to facing me. "This is all because of you. So much death. So much wasted life." "No, I'm stopping this plague, not causing it," I argued vehemently. "Are you certain of that? Not as if your hands are clean anymore." He nodded to the hands, which were hanging at my side. "It would appear you chose wrong all those years ago." I told myself not to look at my hands, knowing somehow this had to all be in my head. I hadn't been sleeping much. A hallucination, that's all this could be. My gaze strayed lower, and my heart faltered. "No," I gasped, holding up my hands. "No, this isn't me. I didn't. No. What did you do?" My bellowed words boomed off the rafters, but the duplicate of me only cackled louder. "You did it, Aiden. You've stained your soul." Blood dripped from my hands in dark crimson drops. It was like I dipped my hands into someone's wounds. There was so much blood. It covered my hands, my arms, and darkened the front of my clothes. I tried to speak, but guilt strangled me. I fought to swallow, and when I lifted my head to glare at the double of me, he was no longer there. Another Phi stood in his place. His chest was drenched in red, and there were multiple stab wounds in his chest. He raised his hand and pointed to me. "You did this," he rasped. I shook my head, but a coldness filled my palm. A dagger appeared in it, the same dagger I'd used to kill that Phi in Briar Junction. The blade glistened with fresh blood. I blinked, and then I was standing right in front of him. The blade was plunged into his chest. I was still holding the hilt. I let go and turned to run, but he latched onto my arms, his palms covering my tattoos. "You don't deserve these, not anymore." As he said it, my arms burned. I yelled in agony and fell to my knees. He held on tightly. The markings I had been so proud of, and made me who I was, were burned away until there was nothing but scarred flesh. The burning spread up my shoulders, and just when I thought it would consume me completely, I bolted upright in bed, gasped, glancing wildly around the darkened room I shared with the healers. Tonight I was alone, and was grateful for it. A cold sweat covered me, and quickly I scrambled to tug up my flannel shirt sleeves. I breathed a sigh of relief to find all my tattoos intact. Just a nightmare. Another damn nightmare about the Phi I killed. I hung my head as I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. For the last 3 weeks, this was how I'd been waking up. I hardly got any sleep anymore. Each time I shut my eyes, I either saw the goblins dying from an incurable plague or the Phi I stabbed to death. Unable to get back to sleep, and not wanting to see the evil side of myself again, I tugged on my boots and leather coat and headed to the main farmhouse. A fresh layer of snow had fallen and crunched beneath my steps. I nodded to the guards posted on the front porch, then walked around to the rear of the house. I'd grab some coffee and get back to work searching for a way to cure this plague. 2 weeks ago, we thought we were close, but the 3 goblins we tested the tonic on only stayed better for a couple of hours. Then their fevers grew, and one of them was bedridden. It was like the plague fought back. As I made a fresh pot of coffee, I did my best to ignore the doubt growing in my mind that we'd never find a cure. I was so close to losing what little confidence I had left. So damn close. The late king's spirit had been absent this whole time too. I'd yelled for him a few nights when I was beyond frustrated with Iona for refusing assistance for her worsening condition. He never showed himself to me, and I couldn't sense his presence. I was hunched over the kitchen counter, listening to the gurgling of the coffee maker when steps sounded behind me. "Making some coffee if you want some," I said without turning around. "I do." I straightened at Iona's voice and leaned against the counter. She sat at the kitchen table, her hair loose and wild around her shoulders. There were heavy bags under her eyes, though there was no fogginess in them at this moment. "You look like shit," she said after a long 5 seconds of silence. I raised a brow. "You don't look much better." She smirked as she propped her feet on another chair, studying me with those dark eyes. "Can't sleep?" I flinched, remembering the nightmare I just had. It was the worst one yet. Something like that. "Want to talk about it?" I brought down 2 mugs from the cabinet and filled them with coffee. I should have been asking her the same question about her sight issues, but as I joined her at the kitchen table, my hands appeared covered in blood again. I scooted my chair back so hard it fell over. Iona jumped to her feet. "Aiden." She turned around slowly, as if expecting to see an attacker in the kitchen, but it was only the 2 of us and my guilty conscience. I fumbled for the chair and started for the door. "Sorry." Iona grabbed my arm. She didn't say a word, not that she had to. Her brow was furrowed as she guided me back to the table and sat me down. She pushed the coffee toward me, then sat down across from me watching. I wrapped my hands around the mug, soaking in its warmth. It no longer sounded as appetizing though, not after seeing the blood again. Seeing the ones I was failing. All the goblins who were going to die because I couldn't find the answer. Iona sipped her coffee, the silence between us growing tenser. I looked her over, not ready to talk just yet. There were specks of dried blood on her claws and around her fingertips. She must not have been able to wash it all off after the latest round of torturing Luca. Were the bags under her eyes from that? From causing another living being pain? I had a hard time believing Iona was kept up at night because of all the blood she spilled. She was part of the Fighters Guild. Spilling blood was their calling. They trained to do it and not feel. I told myself a long time ago that I did not want to be anything like the rest of my family. Maybe now I needed to learn one aspect of their lives. Teach me how not to feel. Iona slid her mug across the table as she sat up straighter. What? The family, other fighters, somehow you all don't seem to feel anything when you take lives. When you torture people. I swallowed loudly and shoved my mug aside. Henson had told me just how far Iona had gone with Luca. He was missing 3 fingers and his eye so far. Teach me how you do it. You're a healer, Aiden, not a fighter, she said, as if I needed reminding. I know. Which is why I need you to teach me. I can't unfeel the guilt and the horror that hits me every time I see that Fi's face. I stabbed him to death. I plunged a dagger into his chest over and over without thinking of the consequences. I shuddered and hunched over the table. Every time I close my eyes and try to sleep, he haunts my dreams. I laid my hands flat on the table. I see them covered in blood. I see him bearing the wounds I gave him. And the goblins in the barn, I sighed. I'm killing them, Iona. I'm killing all of them. I don't want to feel. The same pressure I'd been waking up to in my chest returned tenfold. Breathing became impossible, and my vision blurred. A small hand grabbed mine and held it tight. Breathe, Aiden. You need to breathe slowly. In and out. Calm down, or you're going to pass out. She grabbed my chin, and then her face filled my vision. She breathed in deeply through her nose and let it out through her mouth. Mimic me. Just watch me. She did it a few more times, and my heart rate steadied. There you go. Just keep breathing. I'm right here. Another few minutes passed, and I was able to relax somewhat. Iona didn't let go of my hand. She either didn't notice she was holding it, or she didn't want to let go quite yet. It was the first real contact we'd had that didn't involve one of us stopping the other from running off during an argument. I ran my thumb over her knuckles as my eyes wandered over her face. Beneath the exhaustion and bitterness was a woman of subtle beauty and strength. I'd admired her from the first time I saved her, but tonight, alone in this kitchen, I saw her in a completely different light. Here was a woman who lost almost everything, and she was still fighting with everything she had every day. She was so damn strong. Whispers of my family telling me I'd never be anything more than a worthless healer ran through my mind. I pulled on my hand, but Iona held fast, not letting me go. She was giving me a quizzical stare, like she was trying to understand who I was. I thought I caught a flicker of admiration in her eyes too, but then it was gone. She cleared her throat. It's not that we don't feel, she whispered. It's how you feel that gets you through. I don't understand. You may never, she replied. Every time I kill someone, I feel it. I feel their pain and their fear because one day, I know someone will probably end up killing me. She laughed quietly, sadly. Taking a life isn't meant to be easy. It's hard, so hard, and if you can do it without feeling anything, that's when you know you've slipped too far into the darkness. The tattoos on her forearms gave off a warm orange glow. I found a strange comfort in seeing them, and I couldn't explain why. How did you get through it? Your first kill. Not every fighter in the guild has taken life, she said, and I frowned. I know it's surprising, but there are some in our ranks who have made it from recruitment to retirement without ever killing a single soul. She rubbed her forehead, then puffed out her cheeks like she was seriously considering her next words. The first time I took a life, I wasn't a fighter yet. It's how they found me, though. What happened? She had only told me her parents were killed when she was young, and she had no other family. I never bothered asking, figuring she wouldn't talk about it. Iona had changed these last 3 weeks. Her anger was there, but she didn't seem as on edge as before. I wondered more than once if this was how she acted, calm and collected, when she was head guard for Jarek. "My parents were killed when I was little," she told me softly. "They were murdered by radicals who didn't agree with my mother's choice of husband. I was left alone to wander the streets. I think I was 8. I hitched rides with goblins from town to town." "All by yourself?" I asked, surprised. "I was a pretty resilient kid. Had to be. Not like I could hide my heritage. No fi would take me in. And as for the goblins, they helped me when I'd let them. I was so angry all the time." She licked her lips, and her hand twitched nervously in mine. "I was around 10 or 11. It's a bit fuzzy, but I wandered down the wrong alley. Some fi were down there, teenagers. They came after me, said they were going to beat the goblin out of me." A hot spike of anger rushed through me. Bastards. They got in a few good hits until something inside me snapped. The reports from the patrolling guards say I was like a wild animal. They had to tear me off one of the teenagers, so I didn't beat him to death. One of them had run off. The third was the one who suggested they attack me in the first place. Her eyes took on a faraway look, and her lips twitched in disgust. I beat his face in with a rock until he didn't move again. This time when she tried to break away, I held on. And the Fighters Guild took you in. The guards threatened to toss me in the psych ward and throw away the key. Said I was dangerous. They were right, but the guild promised they would take me in and make me a useful member of society. They did. You became one of the best fighters in Charus. You were the head bodyguard for the king. Yeah, I was, and it was a bastard more psychotic than me who got to him. You're not crazy, Iona. Sometimes I feel like I am, she confessed. I had nightmares for a long time after that night. Xavier, master of the guild, taught me how to accept my actions and guilt. I took a life that night to save myself and whoever else those Phi might have tried to kill. You killed that Phi to save me and so many others. You didn't take a life for the joy of it, but you can't keep holding on to this guilt. It'll rip you apart. I've seen it plenty of times before. Face my guilt. That's it. She nodded. Face it, accept it, and move on. It's all any of us can do. And you're not failing anyone, Aiden. You're not killing the goblins. Mariana and Venkalth are. Guess I'm just alone in dealing with the nightmares then, I said jokingly, causing Iona's brow to furrow. I'll be all right. Thank you, really. Told you, you're not alone. Our clasped hands rested on the table. Our gazes slipped to them at the same time, and the heaviness that had filled the kitchen since I started talking fell away. I covered her hand with mine, not even sure what I was thinking at that moment. She stood and smiled softly, the darkness in her eyes receding. I'll leave you to your coffee, but I suggest you try to get more sleep. She began to slip away, but I tugged her back to me. Aiden. Yeah. Whatever else she wanted to say seemed lost as I reached up and tucked her hair behind her ears. She closed what little distance remained between us, and then I was bringing her down so I could kiss her. At first, it was just a simple brushing of my lips against hers. She rested her forehead against mine, and then she was kissing me again. I wrapped my arms around her petite frame, and she sank into me. She cupped my face as I held her against me, like she was the only person stopping me from completely losing myself. Heat rushed through me, and the hole I had in my chest for so many years began to close in. I never wanted to let her go, too afraid if I did, this would be the only moment I'd have with Iona. I kissed her neck until I sighed, and we separated. She was grinning, something I hardly saw her do. It was contagious, and soon we were both smiling and laughing. Sleep, Aiden. I'll see you later today. I held onto her hand, stretching out the moment as long as I could. Finally, I kissed her once more, just a brush of my lips to hers, and let her walk out of the kitchen. I washed out our mugs, leaving the pot on for the next round of guards who'd be getting up soon. Sleep seemed like an impossibility after that kiss we just shared, but I returned to my bed in the healer's quarters, kicked off my boots, tossed my jacket at the foot of the bed, and laid down. I drifted off to sleep with a smile on my face, feeling Iona's lips against mine. When I dreamt, it wasn't of the Fae I killed or the sick goblins. It was only Iona and me, sitting side by side on a porch swing watching the sunset. "You look awfully cheerful," Teresa said as she joined me at the work table in the barn. "It's been a good few days," I told her as I worked at the mortar and pestle. I grinned, remembering just that morning how Iona had cornered me in the kitchen. We'd been alone and stole some time to ourselves. It hadn't lasted nearly as long as I wanted it to, as Henson had started yelling for her. I sensed Teresa's gaze on me and cleared my throat. 3 of the goblins are coming around. I think we might actually be onto a cure of some sort." She glanced over her shoulder. One of the goblins able to sit up and talk today was Henry. We'd given him and those with the same symptoms a tonic 2 nights ago. It had brought down their fevers and stopped the vomiting. We were working on another tonic to tackle another group of goblins. I squeezed Teresa's hand. "I think Henry's going to be just fine," I said. "I'm starting to think they all are. We just need a bit more time." "And is that all you're smiling about?" I tilted my head back and forth. "Mostly. Nothing to do with you and Iona, by chance?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Yeah, we're not idiots. Henson was saying just this morning she seems to be in a better mood lately. Not as on edge and pissed off all the time. If I had to guess, I'd say it was because of you." She nudged me with a laugh. "About time. It's probably just the heat of the moment. For the last 3 days. Sure, whatever you say." She laughed as she grabbed a second mortar and pestle and helped me crush herbs. We talked and joked like we used to do when we were making tonics and remedies. I noticed I'd run out of our stash of martyr berries, named for their bright red color inside and out, and told Teresa I'd fetch some from the armory. We had to combine our stores with a weapon stash when more goblins fell ill, and we had to take over the other outbuilding. I didn't bother with my coat, jogging through the wet snow. The sun had been trying all day to peek through the heavy storm clouds and melt some of the snow. Fruitless, since we were expecting another blizzard tomorrow. Winter was certainly making itself known this year. Many were outside trying to soak up sunshine. I greeted those I passed but didn't stop to chat. The blustering wind chilled me to the bone, and by the time I reached the armory, I was shivering and regretting not bringing my coat. I burst through the door and immediately ducked as several crates of ammo crashed into the nearby wall. I frowned, wondering what was going on. Then I spotted Iona in the center of the room, surrounded by broken boxes and crates. She had her arms held out to her sides, and the second I took a step, she whirled around. She was pale, and her eyes shifted wildly. "Who's there?" "Iona." I waved my hand and got no reaction. I took another step closer and cursed when I saw the fogginess in her eyes. "It's just me. Aiden." Her voice trembled with fear, and as I took hold of her hand, she leaned into me. "What happened? Are you all right?" I did a quick once-over, but she seemed unharmed except for her eyes. I smoothed her hair back from her face and tilted her chin up. "Can you see anything?" She shook her head, tearing herself away from me. She only made it a few steps when she crashed into a table. Yelling furiously, she kicked at it until she broke the leg, and the table, along with its contents, crashed to the floor. She shouted again, then sank to the floor in a heap, holding her face in her hands. I crouched in front of her, then pulled her into my arms. She tensed but then relaxed and fell against my chest. "I came in here to get the weapons ready," she mumbled, and then everything just went dark. "I can't see anything." "It's going to be fine," I assured her. "I'll find a way to fix this." "What if you can't? What if I end up being blind forever? Then my hearing will go, and then everything else. I can't do this." Yes, you can, and I'll be right here to help you. She clung to my shirt as we sat there on the armory floor. I had never seen Iona so vulnerable and scared. This was the time for me to be strong, as she always was for me. I could not falter now. I kissed the top of her head, lingering there until I sensed her calming down. We're going to stand up and go to the barn, okay? She bit her lip and dug her claws into my arms. It's all right. I've got you. Just lean against me. Together we stood. I maneuvered her around the debris and out the door, wrapped one arm around her shoulders, and held her hand with the other. She stumbled a few times, but I never let her fall. Henson and Jig were on the front porch of the farmhouse talking, and called out to us when we passed. I motioned for them to follow, and they did, scowling with worry at Iona's demeanor. Once we were inside, I took Iona to the stool near the work table and helped her sit down. What's going on? Henson asked when Iona fixed her blind gaze on him. Shit, Iona. Thanks, Henson, that's a huge help, she snapped, but there was an edge of fear to her voice. I reached for her hand to calm her down. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just stay calm. You're safe. Henson hid the briefest of smiles as Jig crossed his arms and leaned against the wall nearby. He didn't seem bothered by my sudden and strange relationship with Iona. Only upset by what was happening to her, because of the venom. Can you bring it back? He asked gruffly. That's the plan. I released Iona's hand and turned to the work table. I told Teresa I hadn't grabbed the herbs we needed, and she said she'd fetch them. I studied the array of ingredients I had in front of me and set to work, creating a stronger tonic for Iona's eyes. I'd have to make a bigger batch too, so we could have some on hand when this reoccurred. Until I had a sure way of ridding her of the rest of the venom, this was only going to keep happening. Henson and Jig spoke quietly to Iona, which I silently thanked them for. They discussed Luca and what tiny bit of information they were getting from the Phi. I couldn't believe he was still alive. From what they said, they thought they were close to breaking him and figuring out where the convoys were heading. So help me if either of you tries to leave me behind, I'll kick your asses. Blind or not, Iona warned. Where are they going? I poured the final few drops of Merryweather juice into the vial and swirled it around. If we can get the location they're taking the convoys, it might lead us to this mysterious plague, Henson explained. Getting there and figuring out what they're up to might be the only way to stop it from spreading. How would you get there without alerting them that you're coming? Henson, Jig, and Iona remained silent at my question. I set the vial down, waiting for one of them to give me some sort of answer. The silence remained until Iona said, "One of you might want to answer him." I can feel his glare. Let's just say we're working on it, Jig muttered. Just like we're trying to figure out how to stop a wedding, we have no idea when or where it'll be. I didn't believe him about not already having a plan in place, but right then my concern was for Iona, and ensuring if they did go on some crazy mission she could see. When the liquid in the vial turned a dark shade of purple, I put in a dropper and told Iona to tilt her head back. Open your eyes as wide as you can, I instructed, and held her shoulder steady as I readied the dropper. I nodded for Henson to move right behind Iona. He gave me a funny look but did so. I squeezed a drop into Iona's eyes. She cursed and flailed the second it made contact. Sorry. What the hell is that? She snapped, wrapping her hands around the edge of the stool. A little warning next time. Feels like my eye's on fire. Ready for the next one. She gritted her teeth and nodded. Henson braced her, and I let a drop fall in her left eye. She sputtered a few more curses as I set the dropper aside. Done. Done. Just have to give it a little bit of time. Keep your eyes closed as much as you can. She did as I said, but her body was rigid on the stool, as if she was scared to move. Yeah, no problem. Teresa can finish up for me here, I said, as I put a cork in the vial and placed it on an upper shelf over the work table. How about I take you back to the house, and you can rest there? Iona bobbed her head, and I reached for her hand. She latched onto me and hopped off the stool, scrunching her eyes shut. I wrapped my arm around her waist and held her close to my side as we walked through the barn toward the door. Henson and Jig followed, but when we stepped outside, they stayed behind while I took Iona to the farmhouse. From the pinched looks on their faces, they would be spending some time with Luca in the workshop today, probably to vent some anger. I didn't waste time imagining what they were going to do to that Phi as we entered the farmhouse, leaving the cold behind. I led Iona upstairs to the room at the far end of the hall and opened it. There was no one in there. I took her to the pile of blankets in the back corner where she'd been sleeping. I considered having someone bring a cot up here for her, but had a feeling she wouldn't like that, because that would take it away from someone else. Here. I'm going to help you sit down now. She pressed her back to the wall and slid down until her butt hit the floor. I removed her boots and set them within reach. When she shivered, I took one of the heavier blankets and wrapped it around her shoulders. If you need anything, I'll be right downstairs. Just yell. I started to stand, but she snatched my hand and held me. Her eyes had opened, and the fogginess was being slowly pushed back by the eye drops. Iona. Can you see me? A shadow. I see a shadow of you, she whispered. Aiden, stay with me, please. I don't want to be alone right now with the darkness. She gulped and seemed even smaller huddled in the blanket. I'll understand if you don't want to. It's fine. I'll be fine. No, I'm staying. She lifted her arm to open the blanket for me and draped it around my shoulders too. Once I was settled on the floor, she seemed hesitant about how she should sit. Without even thinking, I put my arm around her and drew her into my side. She rested her cheek against my chest and let out a shaky breath. I tucked the blanket around us to keep her warm and let my head fall back to the wall. I tried not to think about how comfortable it was to sit here like that with her. We fit together almost perfectly. Your heart's beating fast, she mused, a hint of a smile in her words. Can you blame me? Guess not. Mine's doing the same. She tilted her head back and seemed able to focus on my face. Aiden, what's going on between us, I'm not sure what will happen or if I'm even still good at something like this. You mean our relationship? I asked, fighting a grin. She punched me in the gut lightly. I see that smile, and yeah, a relationship. Even when I was with Jarek, part of me wasn't always with him, you know. The more time that passes, the more I wonder if I hadn't ended up with him because of what we'd been through during that attack on the convoy. And you don't think it's the same with me? We met under pretty tense circumstances. We did, but this feels different. Her fingers intertwined with mine, and when she pressed her lips to the back of my hand, I wrapped my arm tighter around her. It feels like I've known you forever in some ways. Maybe it's just the venom talking. She laughed nervously, but I understood exactly what she meant. I might have blamed sticking around her on Jarek, but in truth, it was all because of me. I wanted to stay with her and do what I could to keep her safe. I wanted to be with her, no matter what the cost. Since our first kiss in the kitchen, that hole in my chest had nearly filled in. I didn't feel alone anymore. I felt strong. Brave. I felt like I could take on Venkalth and Mariana if I had to. I wasn't sure I'd win, but I'd damned well try. I tilted her chin and brushed my lips against hers. If it's the venom talking, then I must be poisoned too, I whispered. She ran her hands through my hair. I kissed her cheeks, her forehead, and then held her as close as I could, wrapped in the blanket and my arms. Never leaving you, understand me? If things get worse, she said as she sat up. If it does turn into a war, I won't want you at the front with me. That's too damn bad because that's where I'll be. Her breathing increased, and panic filled the foggy depths of her eyes. Aiden, what if I end up being blind forever? What if the venom drives me mad? Then I'll be your eyes, your ears, and whatever else you need me to be. I kissed the top of her head, praying for the gods not to take Iona away from me. We'll get through this together. Rest now. You need to sleep, and when you wake up, you'll have your full sight, guarantee it. I usually didn't make promises I couldn't keep, but fear radiated off Iona in waves. I wanted to chase it from her, and make it so it never returned. She curled against my chest and eventually drifted off to sleep. I held her, too scared that if I let her go for an instant, she'd disappear. My eyes slipped closed, and eventually I let sleep take me as I hoped for dreams of me and Iona, and not more blood and death.
Chapter 10. Iona. Aiden's heavy steps behind me, along with his sighs every few seconds, were enough for me to know he was not happy with me. It had been 3 days since he placed those drops in my eyes. They had started to work, but when I'd awakened the next morning, my world was all in shadow. Aiden had been furious with himself. He spent the last 2 days in the barn, not leaving, as he worked on another tonic to help me. I'd gone to check on him several times, first with the help of Henson or Jig, then managed all on my own. The harsh truth was, someday the venom was going to take my sight. It was time I started preparing for it. As Aiden sighed again, I stopped and threw my arm out to my right. He ran into it. "If you don't agree with my plan, you can go back to the barn. I said you didn't have to come. If you don't want me there, then you shouldn't have said anything. I figured you'd want to know." "Oh yeah, I'd love not to know that the woman I'm currently in a relationship with is about to blindly fight the prisoner she's been torturing for a month, so when she's brought to me later with cuts and bruises and who knows what else, I have no idea how she got them." He took my hand and squeezed. "Iona, please, there has to be some other option here. It's been a month. We're running out of time. Besides, it'll be good for me." "How?" I shrugged. "Give me a chance to see if I can fight blind or not. Not like his vision's perfect either. He only has one eye, remember? That's not funny. Didn't mean it to be. I'll be fine. Luca has been close to breaking for days now. If I challenge him, he'll think he's getting the upper hand. And when I snatch his hope away from him, he'll give us what we want," I explained. "And you're sure about this?" "How?" I simply turned his direction and waited for him to catch on. He mumbled a few harsh words, then kissed my knuckles. "Fine, but I'm still coming along, just in case." I let go of his hand, and took a second to get my bearings. The smell of herbs was stronger if I turned my head to the right. The barn was that way. If I tilted my head just enough, I could make out the sounds of metal tools clanking together with the light breeze blowing today. The workshop was to my left then. I shifted direction and sensed Aiden's smile as he followed. "Impressed?" "I'll be impressed if you make it out of this fight without getting severely injured." I hadn't quite made it to the workshop when Henson said my name, guiding me to the right of the building. "Luca's out back with Jig," he told me, then chuckled. "I think your healer's not too happy about this." "What gave you that idea?" I ignored Aiden's quiet protest again, and followed the sound of Henson's steps around the workshop. "What's going on?" Luca demanded. "Going to make you a deal," I told him, purposely not looking in his direction. His stench was enough to tell me exactly where he was, but I wanted him to think he had the advantage. Technically he did, since all I could make out were darker shadows here and there. "You fight me and win, we'll let you go. If you lose, you tell us everything you're holding back." "Everything, Luca. Is this some kind of joke? You can't even see me. That's what makes this a fair fight. That's the deal, take it or leave it." Luca laughed darkly as I drew the single dagger I had sheathed at my hip. The icy air was crisp, but there was no storm brewing today to affect my hearing. I could hear damned well. "Deal," Luca snapped. Something heavy hit the ground near him. I assumed it was a dagger Henson had tossed him. I tuned out all other sounds, such as Aiden's nervous shifting, Henson's grunting as he backed away. Luca charged me. He sucked in a breath, and his steps pounded across the ground. I dodged to the right and ducked at the same time, then whirled around and punched him in the square of the back. He cursed, and the air whistled right by my head as he aimed to strike me down. Aiden shouted for Henson or Jig to stop the fight, but neither made a move to do so. I tuned the 3 men out and focused solely on Luca. I listened intently to his feet and shifted just enough each time to avoid being struck. He shouted, enraged. He rushed me. I stepped to the side and tripped him. He hit the ground, sputtering as he probably got a mouthful of snow. I'm going to kill you, he snarled. I squinted, straining to make out which shadow was him, when a sharp pain struck my right arm. I tore myself away and brought my arm up just in time to block his next attack. Our daggers clashed, and he punched me in the ribs twice. I managed to get my knee up, nailed him right in the stomach, and shoved him back. I lunged forward and swiped my dagger. He sucked in a breath, and I smirked, knowing I drew blood. Luca was a loud fighter, and keeping track of him was easy enough. The month of captivity had made him weak. His ragged breathing grew worse as he tired. His dagger slashed my arms and sides a few times, but none of the wounds were serious. When I sensed he had enough, and his attacks were becoming desperate, I stilled and let him come to me. Iona, Aiden shouted in warning, but I knew what I was doing. Luca circled behind me, and when he rushed forward, I spun around, grabbed his arm, and flipped him over my head. His body slammed into the ground, knocking the air from his lungs. I followed him down and aimed my dagger point right under his chin. Do it, he shouted. Just kill me. Not part of the deal, Luca. Tell me what else you know, and I'll spare your life. Venkalth won't, he whispered. He's not here right now, and I am. I'll stop him from killing you if you just cooperate. Now tell me. I pressed the dagger tip in harder, and he gasped. It's near the royal buildings, he uttered as the last of the fight went out of him. The facility. That's where we were told to bring the goblins. Where exactly? 5 miles east of the grounds, back in the woods. It's heavily guarded. Even if you go there, you'll never get in. They've got outposts set up along the route. They'll see you coming. Then we'll just have to blend in. I need a road name, Luca. Something to get us there. You're crazy. You're all freaking crazy, he mumbled. Off old Route 26. Make a left and keep on going. And the wedding between Rayson and Mariana? Luca grunted, but said, as far as I know, it was supposed to happen at the end of the month. Soon. That's all I know. I didn't much care about the damned wedding. Thank you for the information. I moved the dagger away from his chin and stood. Get him to the barn and patch him up. Place a few guards on him, then we all need to talk. Can I take care of your wounds too? Aiden asked, voice tight. I'll live. Iona. I sheathed my dagger and gave in. If it'll make you feel better. Aiden's arm wound around my shoulders, and he kissed the top of my head. I breathed him in, all fresh herbs and wood smoke. He helped chase away the sliver of anxiety I had over fighting Luca blind. Part of it had been to break him. The other had been to prove to myself that I could at least hold my own in a fight. If he'd been Venkalth, I would have been dead in seconds. I didn't say that aloud, and let Aiden lead me to the barn to take care of my meager wounds. I'm sorry, you want us to do what? Aiden exclaimed. Iona, have you lost it? Not yet, but I guess there's a possibility. I leaned on the kitchen table in the farmhouse. Henson, Jig, Aiden, Teresa, and as many goblin and guild members as could fit stood around the table listening to my plan. Luca said we'll never get close, and I believe him. He might be a piece of shit, but if he says they've got the road heavily guarded and watched, then they do. Venkalth and Mariana aren't taking any risks on the off chance we do get this intel. So your plan is to make us up to look like we're one of these convoys? Teresa asked. Do you have any other ideas? Silence met my question. I crossed my arms. I know it's not an ideal plan, but we've got the weapons and the gear to dress up like either radicals or royal guards. We have goblins who can act like prisoners. This is our way in, and once inside we see what the hell's going on, get out who we can, and figure out if they've got a cure lying around for this plague. I fumbled for a second to find the chair beside me, then sat down. I sensed Aiden move closer, and then his hand rested on my shoulder. Well? We don't have a lot of time here, people. She's right, Jig said, but I heard the edge to his words. But if your sight doesn't come back by the time we're ready to leave, you're staying behind. I won't argue with you, Iona. I worked my jaw as Aiden's hand squeezed my shoulder, silently begging me to agree. I tapped my nails on the table, then rolled my eyes. Fine, if my vision hasn't returned. Not to throw a wrench in the plan, Henson said, but Mariana and Rayson will be tying the knot soon. If we go after this facility, we might not have a chance to stop the wedding. None of our well-placed sources can give us an exact date or location. Probably because they know Iona will try to stop it, Aiden murmured. They'd be right, Henson agreed. But if we go after this facility, we can't split our forces, which means if we take on this mission, Charuz and Jolien will be aligned by this marriage. No one said a word. I tapped my claws on the table for another 5 seconds, then stopped, weighing our options. They still have to finish building their army, and get the king and queen out of the way. As much as I want to strangle the life from Mariana, stopping this plague from spreading comes first. We don't know how many more have been infected and are dying, I said and reached up to hold Aiden's hand. Luca said the first wave was to wipe out the weak. I won't stand by while it kills those who don't even understand what's happening to them. All right then, Henson said, and a shuffling of steps sounded around me. Let's get to work. We've seen enough convoys. We should be able to convince whatever guards we bump into that we're like them. I'll see to the gear, Jig announced. Steps thundered through the house. A voice cut through the kitchen. Matilda was yelling for Aiden. What's wrong? Aiden asked quickly. It's Orion, Matilda gasped. I'm not sure what's wrong, but it's not good. You need to come quickly. Clutching Aiden's hand, we rushed out of the kitchen and through the main floor to Orion's room. I heard Teresa whispering behind me, prayers it sounded like. When we entered the elder's room, Aiden released my hand, and I stepped to the side and out of the way. Orion was coughing and choking. Teresa started crying immediately, as Aiden instructed her to prop the old goblin up to help him breathe better. No, Orion snapped fiercely. No, do not give me any more medicine. None. You hear me? You need to rest, Aiden insisted, then something crashed to the floor. I said no, damn it. I just need a moment to breathe clearly. To see clearly. He gasped like he was suffocating. Teresa was begging him to let Aiden help, but then suddenly, the temperature dropped 10 degrees, and the air became heavy just like it had out in the woods when Orion found me. I took a step away from the wall. Orion mumbled a few more times, then went deadly silent. I feared he'd died until he started to speak. Only his voice was not Orion's. It was growling and deep, sending a shiver down my spine. I see a fire devouring all in its path, he uttered, then sucked in a sharp breath. I see our people dying in droves. Blood, fields of blood and death. The Reaper is coming. He is coming, and only the light will stop him. The end is close, so close. The end of us all, or a new beginning. I see a choice before you, Aiden. A choice that will decide your fate forever. I waited for more, but Orion fell silent. Orion? Aiden said loudly. Orion, can you hear me? Seconds ticked by. Damn it. What's wrong? I blurted, my claws digging into my palms. He's dead, he whispered. Teresa, I'm so sorry. Your uncle is dead. He's gone. No, she cried, then screamed louder. The temperature returned to normal, and as the tension in the air receded, shapes came into focus. Light broke through the shadows, and I blinked quickly to clear it all away. I noticed a lamp on the nightstand. Teresa lay across Orion's chest, holding her uncle as she cried. Aiden stood on the opposite side of the bed, resting his hand on Teresa's head. I walked forward, relieved to have my sight back, wishing it returned to show me something good, not another of us gone. I sat on the edge of the bed beside Teresa. Aiden gave me a curious look, then hung his head in relief. I'm so sorry, I whispered to Teresa. She threw herself at me as she cried. I hugged her, unsure of what else I could do. You're the elder now, Aiden told her softly. The goblins are under your care, and that includes how we bid Orion farewell. I don't know, Teresa murmured. You do, but you don't have to make that decision right now, Aiden assured her. Matilda came over and took Teresa's hand. Come along, my dear. Let's you and I go rest, and we'll figure it out in a bit, Teresa nodded, glanced once more at Orion, then let the older woman take her from the room. Aiden rested his hand to Orion's forehead, then took the blanket and covered his body. I helped him, ensuring all of Orion was covered. I turned out the lamp as two goblins brought in whatever candles they could find. One by one they lit them and set them around the room. Those who had been under Orion's care would spend the rest of the day coming in to say their goodbyes. I left the room with Aiden. We walked to the living room, then out to the front porch. The second we were alone, he pulled me into his arms and looked into my eyes. How much can you see? I ran my fingers along the worry lines at the corner of his eyes, then down to his chin. The words were too painful to admit, but I'd been terrified for the day that I'd never see Aiden's face again. That annoyed frown he mastered so well, or the way he smirked that made his eyes squint. I pushed him back into the wall and kissed him until we were breathless. Is it terrible of me to have been hoping your sight wouldn't come back until after the others left? He whispered against my lips. No, but I probably would have found a way to go anyway. He sighed and kissed the top of my head. I know you would have. I still don't want you to go. I have to. Then I'm going to. I'm not about to let you go alone. There was no point in arguing. The determination in his eyes was too damn strong. Will you stay with the convoy if I ask you to? He raised his brow, and I let my head fall against his chest. I'll take that as a no. I nibbled my bottom lip, then drew back. Are we going to talk about what Orion said right before he passed? Just the mad ramblings of an old goblin. No, they're not. We both know it. After what he said to you, and then what he told me in the woods. I trailed off as Aiden frowned. Right, I never told you what Orion told me, or rather Jarek, I guess. Jarek? I saw him that night. Something tells me it'll be the last time. He brushed my hair from my face as he asked, Are you okay with that? Yeah, actually. He helped me move on. But it's not about what I saw that night. It's what he told me. He said he couldn't pass on until he knew I was on the right path, I said quietly. That the world needed me, and I think it needs you too. I didn't think I could go on, but with you, it's like I have hope again. I have a reason to push forward, no matter how hard the road might get. Which is why I don't think we should listen to Orion's last words, Aiden insisted. And I think we should. Why? Aiden snapped as he ran a hand through his hair and stomped away from me. He rested his hands on the front porch railing and glared at the drive. He said the Reaper was coming, Iona. The Reaper. Probably referring to the venom I couldn't expel from your body. He's talking about your death, so forgive me if I don't want to listen to anything he has to say. They were the words of a dying man. Nothing more. I went to him and covered his hand with mine. He also said only the light can stop him. Yeah, whatever the hell that means. It means you, Aiden, if you would have a little faith in yourself. I removed his hands from the railing and turned him to face me. You are one of the kindest people I've ever met. If anyone is the light, it's you. Please don't give up hope just yet. How is it that now you're the one giving the speech, and I'm the stubborn one? Guess we rubbed off on each other more than we thought. He wrapped me up in his arms and held me for a long while. Goblins trickled out of the house. Probably going to spread the word that Orion was gone. More and more came from the barn and the outbuildings to pay their respects. Aiden and I kept a vigil on the front porch until I grew too cold, then we moved inside. My hand never left his, as I thought of the final words Orion spoke. No matter what we found at this facility near the royal buildings, there would be blood. The dead would litter the ground one day. All we could hope is it wouldn't be one day soon. The pyre on which Orion's body was burned still had smoke rising from it as we climbed into our line of vehicles 2 days later. We had painted the Royal Guard symbol for Mariana on the doors, and used some of the confiscated transport vehicles to hide our weapons amongst our goblin prisoners. I was going to hide in the back with the rest of the goblins. Aiden would be in the front seat of my vehicle. Henson would be driving while Jig would be in the lead vehicle, since he was less known by the guards near the royal buildings. Teresa insisted on coming along, even though Matilda tried to convince her to stay behind. With Orion dead, she said it fell to her to keep their people safe, and that meant more than just the goblins from Timber Falls. Henry had tried to come with her, but she told him he needed more time to heal. He was to watch over the goblins at the farm until we were back. Hopefully, in less than a day. "How's your eyesight?" Aiden asked as he approached. "Fine. So is my hearing. I'm good." He frowned but didn't pester me about it. "Honestly, what are our chances of making it back alive?" "Honestly, I don't know. That makes me feel so much better." I wished I could have given him better odds, but there was no way to know how crazy it would be until we reached the facility. Our plan might not even work, and they'd attack us on the road in. I squeezed Aiden's hand as Henson called out the order to load up and move out. I turned to join the goblins in the back of the transport when Aiden spun me back around, lifted me off my feet and kissed me like it was the last time. I did everything I could to not remember the last time I'd been kissed like this. That Phi ended up dead. Aiden set me on my feet and walked away without a glance. I steeled my nerves to do the same, climbed into the back of the transport and let the tarp fall over the opening. I tried to give an encouraging look to the goblins and guild fighters who were with me. Our weapons were hidden under the seats well within reach. I sat down right by the opening as the trucks came to life, and we left the farm behind. Orion's words of blood and death came to me again, but I quashed them. We'd make it back alive and with the cure for this plague. There was no other option.
Chapter 11. Aiden. "How is this working?" I muttered, as Henson parked the truck along the curb behind the 5 in front of us. "No idea, but don't jinx it." The road to the facility was indeed lined with checkpoints and guard towers. We were waved through without any issues, which was good for us. I glanced in the side mirror, waiting for a whole unit of soldiers to surround us and execute us on the spot. That, thankfully, did not happen. "What now?" Henson turned off the truck and pointed through the windshield. "Jig's coming our way. Stay calm, Aiden, and remember the plan. We're here to find out what they're doing. If we can shut it down, we will, but no doing anything crazy." "Did you give Iona the same speech?" "I gave her a different speech, probably the same one you did." He opened his door when Jig approached. "So, we're good so far. They think we're part of the newbies that were brought in." Jig scoffed. "Freaking blind idiots. They gave us the order to unload our haul and take them straight to the holding pens." "Pens," I repeated, and my stomach dropped. I did not want to see what was in this building. "Yeah. Are you sure you don't want to stay with the trucks, healer?" "No, I need to see what's in there." "Right then. Get them out slowly. I have no idea what's going to happen once we're through those doors. We'll leave some of our men with the trucks so we have a quick getaway," Jig explained. "Once we're in, if we can, we'll split up." I climbed out of the truck and met Henson at the rear. He flipped open the tarp and barked at the goblins to climb out. Iona had put on a jacket with a hood. It was pulled up to cover her face and hair, and was bulky enough to hide 2 daggers, if not more. The rest of the goblins who climbed out wore the same bulky clothing to conceal their weapons. Others had hoods on as well, to hide the fact that they were not goblins at all. If the soldiers inside spotted the marks on any of the prisoners' arms, we'd be screwed. Iona gave me a nudge as she passed. Henson was shouting at the prisoners to fall in line. They kept their heads down and shuffled, as if they had just been dragged off the streets by Jig's men. We approached the door. The gun Henson had handed me felt awkward and dangerous in my hands. He told me 3 times it would be loaded, and if I wasn't prepared to take another life, I shouldn't put my finger anywhere on the trigger. I kept it pressed firmly against the side of the pistol and ushered our captives toward the double set of metal doors. Jig reached the set of doors and waited. The longer it took for them to open, the more I feared someone was onto us. A loud horn blared, and then the doors ground as they swung inward, allowing us entry. There were no visible guards on the other side. We started moving. Henson and I brought up the rear. Iona was just in front of me. When we were through the doors, the image I had created in my mind of what this place would look like vanished. The room which we entered was white tile floors and whitewashed walls. There were 3 halls leading off it, each with a single posted guard. I made a quick scan overhead and spotted several cameras pointed in our direction. Henson glanced toward them too and leaned in to whisper in Iona's ear. She nodded. Keep your head lowered. New prisoners to the right, a guard yelled and waved our group toward him. They'll be processed at the end of the hall, then divided into their designated pens. I bristled at the word. Then we were walking again. I made another quick survey of the brightly lit room, noting signs above the other 2 hallway entrances. One simply read Labs. The other read Admin. I gripped the gun harder and seriously considered taking out the guard as we passed. Hitting him would have at least knocked the sneer off his face as the goblins marched down the hall. Easy, Aiden, Henson warned. Not yet. We don't even know what's going to happen once we get to the end of this hall. Which is why you do not need to blow our cover yet. We've spotted minimum guards so far. If we can get what we need, then get out without alerting the entire royal grounds to our presence. I'll take that as a win. He had a point. The royal buildings were only a few miles away. If an attack were to be reported, the guards there would be sent our way. We had a decent number of soldiers with us, but not enough to take on the entire royal guard if they were called out. The hall seemed to stretch on forever, until another set of double doors blocked our way. 2 guards were at this door. They spoke to Jig. They motioned down the line of guards. Jig's voice rose. They started arguing, and I tensed. What is he doing? I asked Henson, who was peering over the heads of the goblins. Not sure. Stay here. He hustled along the ranks until he was at the front with Jig. Iona fell back until she was even with me. The guard that had been at the head of the hall was beyond the metal doors, and as far as I could tell, had his back to us. A yell resounded down the hall, then was cut off sharply. I had no idea what was going on until the goblins were rushing forward as one. Iona shoved me ahead of her. When we reached the doors that had been barred, we found 2 dead guards propped up against the wall. Grab one, Iona told me, even as more shouts came from just beyond the doors. Aiden, I need you to focus. Looked like our cover was blown. I tucked the gun at my side, then tugged one of the dead guards through the doorway and into the room. I dropped his legs once I had his body beside the other dead guard. Iona locked the doors with the deadbolt. Jig, what the hell, she snapped. Jig had a guard in his arms, one hand covering his mouth. Didn't have a choice. They were going to make you all do a damn strip search. The first weapon they found, we'd be screwed. He twisted the guard's neck, and a sickening crack made my stomach turn. Is that everyone? Henson jogged back over. Looks like it. The room's clear. I stopped listening and walked past them all to stare at what stood beyond them against the back wall. Stretching from one end of the room to the other were what I took to be the pens. They were full of goblins. Men, women, children. All huddled together, half dead already. Some of them looked at us in fear. Others, as if we were a hallucination, here to give them false hope. My heart ached at the sight of so much suffering. We have to get them out. What? We can't, Jig argued. I'm not leaving without them, I insisted. We can't. And how do you propose we do that, huh? We're trying not to set off the alarms, remember? Enough, Iona barked. Aiden's right. If we leave them here, they're dead. There has to be a back door out of this place, a way to sneak them out through another hall. Hell, I don't know. Can we fake orders saying these goblins are needed elsewhere? She shook her head at the sight of the goblins and told Teresa to start breaking open the pens. Then she walked to the desks in the middle of the room, the ones where they would process each goblin who came to them. I went with her, searching through drawers and computers to find anything that might help us. Here, I said after 5 minutes of searching. I was able to bring up a map that showed the layout of the facility. This hall looks like it leads straight out. And there's a loading bay. I swallowed the lump in my throat, not wanting to contemplate what that bay might be used for. If you can get the trucks moved around to the back, you could load them up. Looks like there's a short distance between here and there. Probably a hall lined with cameras and guards, Jig said, but there was a calculating look in his eyes as he said it. Henson, what do you think? I think we're short on time as it is, but I agree with Iona and Aiden. Besides, weren't you getting bored with all those simple convoy raids? He smacked Jig on the back. You know you want to take out Mariana's men as much as I do. Jig nodded, and they went to check the door leading to the hall. Aiden, you and I are going to head to the labs, Iona informed me. We're going to see if we can find anything to give us an idea of what this plague is. If we're lucky, maybe they have a damn box of vaccines lying around. Teresa and 5 others volunteered to come with us. I wanted to make Teresa stay behind, but there was no more time for arguing. We had 50 goblins, plus our own forces, to sneak out of the facility while we tracked down the lab. Iona had a quick word with Jig and Henson, and then we were at another door leading out of this nightmare of a room. Everything was moving so fast, I hardly had time to process. Aiden, let's go, Iona urged, and then we're out the door and down another hall. She was doing this on purpose, keeping me moving, so I didn't have a chance to contemplate the horrors that were in those pens. I'd only seen a glimpse of the goblins. My imagination was more than enough for me to guess what else would have come out of that room. We neared a bend in the hall. Iona and the 5 soldiers who came with us moved to the corner and peered around. Iona nodded, and they took off one after the other. Iona brought up the rear, guarding our backs. There were no cameras until we came to another bend and a hall that ended with a set of blue double doors. The sign above them indicated the lab. There were no guards, but there was a scan panel. And 2 cameras on either side of the door. Now what? I whispered. Iona sighed. You're really not going to like this. Then she ran around the bend in the hall, shot out both cameras, the shot silenced. Then she aimed for the scanning panel until it sparked and fried. Shouts came through the metal doors. The second they opened a crack, Iona charged inward, knocking the guards back. The soldiers sprinted in after Iona, leaving Teresa and me to decide whether to charge in with them or hang back. We exchanged a look, then rushed in to find the room in chaos. There were tables and computers, testing stations, and several other glass-walled rooms that appeared to be for test subjects. 5 screamed and ran for cover. Iona and our soldiers held off the guards, taking them down one after another. Aiden, get what you need, Iona shouted. Move it. Grab any research you can, I told Teresa. Look for a vaccine. We split up. She went straight for the desks while I hit the lab tables. I grabbed up every folder I could find, then moved on to the next tables. Fridges took up the center of the room, and I scanned the labeled vials in them. Most were blood with numbers on them. No names listed of the goblins they'd used to create this sickness. I rushed around to the other side of the fridges, then jumped back when a body smashed into the glass door beside me. Sorry, Iona shouted, then was back in the fight, grabbing another guard by the neck and throwing him over her head. The door was shattered, but the contents inside were untouched. There on the top shelf was a small set of vials, 3 of them labeled VC25LS. I had no way of knowing for certain if those were the vaccines, but there was no more time to waste. Carefully, I removed the tray, then yelled for one of the soldiers. He ran to me, and I handed him everything I'd found. "Get this out of here," I instructed. "Meet up with Jig and make sure that gets out." "Aiden, go with him," Iona yelled, cursing when two more guards burst in through the doors. Gunfire erupted, and Teresa screamed as I tackled her to the floor and hid behind a metal desk. The soldier I gave the items to had run out of the lab. I wasn't so sure the rest of us were going to make it out. There were 3 more gunshots, followed by the sound of bones breaking, then 2 thuds. I peeked around the desk to find Iona standing over the dead guards, 4 soldiers flanking her. "You get what you needed?" she asked me. "Yeah, we're good." "Great, let's get out of here then." We regrouped and started for the same door we had come through. We were nearly there when a quiet thud caught my attention. A Phi dressed all in white appeared in the lab. "Venkalth." He winked at me, then sprinted forward faster than I thought was possible. He charged for Iona. Time seemed to slow. I shouted in warning, but didn't see a dagger or a gun in her hands anymore. She was defenseless. She spun around, and I dove in front of her as the dagger slammed into my chest. I gasped at the agony exploding in my chest. An agony which grew worse when he viciously tore the blade free. I staggered back into Iona's arms. My vision blurred and the room went all cockeyed. I wasn't going to make it out of his mission alive after all.
Chapter 12. Iona. "Aiden." I caught him as he hit the floor, blood flowing from the wound on his chest. I pressed my hands to it, putting as much pressure on it as I could. Venkalth cackled from a few feet away, smirking at his blood-soaked blade. He wiped the blade on his arm, soaking his white sleeve with Aiden's blood. "Too bad he's going to die." "Aiden, look at me," I whispered urgently. "You keep your eyes open. You hear me?" "Iona, His words were cut off by the sound of a loud alarm blaring throughout the facility as bright red lights flashed on the walls. Venkalth's smile fell. He glowered at me. "Nicely played, sneaking in like this. I do wonder how you found our little lab, but it won't do you any good. The plague will be useless to you now. We have what we need to stop it from spreading." It was a bluff. I had no idea what Aiden was able to find, or if it was what he needed to create a workable vaccine. This lab might be enough proof to sway some of Mariana's loyal subjects away from her side. He flipped his dagger end over end in his hand, the smile remaining on his face. I never cared much for politics, though the plague was Mariana's idea. I don't care, one way or the other. You, however, are going to die right here and now, he warned, brandishing a second dagger. It's a pity the venom hasn't finished you off yet. Aiden suddenly grabbed my hand. His eyes were wide and pleading. I knew what he was asking me to do, but I couldn't. Venkalth killed Jarek and might have killed Aiden. I was not going to let him stand there and taunt me any longer. My vision was clear. This was my chance. "Teresa, get Aiden out of here," I told her firmly. "Do it." She nodded and rushed forward with the 4 remaining soldiers. She tore part of her shirt and wrapped it as tightly as she could around Aiden's chest. Venkalth took a half step forward like he was going to try and stop them, then halted. He glared at me instead, and I knew I had him. He could never pass up a chance to prove he was the better fighter. Or to spill some blood. "Iona, don't," Aiden gasped, but I ignored him. "Iona." "No, I'm not leaving her." "I'm sorry, Aiden," Teresa said, then they were hauling him out of the room. His yelling eventually trailed away. Now it was just me and Venkalth in the lab, the floor littered with dead Phi. "You're not leaving this room alive," Venkalth said as he casually spun his daggers in his hands. "You're not." I drew my one remaining dagger from my boot. The markings on my right arm came to life, shifting and glowing with flames. They crept under my skin and sprouted to life along the sharpened steel edge. My claws would have to suffice as a second weapon. Venkalth's leer disappeared, and as he took a step to his right he lunged forward, spun, and slashed at me with both blades. I rolled to the right and kicked him square in the back. He stumbled for a split second, then was right back at me. I blocked his attacks with my single dagger, moving back across the lab. I bumped into a dead body and fell over it. Venkalth cackled and brought his daggers down. I flipped over at the last second, and he buried the daggers in the dead body. As he went to wrench the blades free, I dragged my claws down his face. Rivulets of blood oozed from his eye to his chin. He shrieked. One dagger came free of the corpse and cut into my arm as I dodged to the side. He gave up on the second dagger and, spewing curses, rushed forward. I spun to the right and nailed him in the face with my elbow, then grabbed his wrist with my free hand. I twisted his hand to make him drop the blade, but his boot collided with my knee and I was thrown off balance. He decked me with his right hand and brought his dagger back to stab me in the side. I threw myself forward, but the tip dug into my back. I bit my lip, not about to give him the satisfaction of hearing me cry out in pain. We were evenly matched, blow for blow. Sweat drenched my body, and my muscles burned from staying on the defensive. We were both covered in blood from the daggers and claws being dragged across exposed flesh. Venkalth's sneer grew crazed as he grabbed me by my shirt and threw me across the lab. I crashed onto a table and toppled it over, hitting the floor with a smack. As I found my feet, he stalked closer, wiping blood from his face with his hand. That the best you got? I taunted and waved for him to keep it coming. He spat at my feet and started forward again. Bit of a downgrade, don't you think? Going from a king to a healer. Pathetic, Iona, really. You can do better. I'm doing just fine. Yeah? And who's going to protect him after I kill you? If he survives that injury, I'll track him down and tear him apart until there's nothing left. A wicked grin spread across his face. He whispered, I'll be sure to dump his body right next to yours. My hands curled into fists. My hatred for him exploded, and with a scream I launched myself across the lab. I tackled him to the floor, grabbed hold of his head and bashed it into the floor again and again, as he cursed and grunted. I hardly felt his punches to my side. When he tried to throw me off, I dug my claws into his neck and squeezed. The notion of ripping his head from his body grew inside me. I chortled with glee. Seeing that look of terror as the offending head was thrown across the room would be worth all the pain. Jarek would finally be avenged, and I could turn my focus on destroying Mariana. Blood spurted from the small puncture wounds as I released him long enough to get a better grip. I'll be sure to send your head to Mariana. Venkalth gasped and kicked the floor, but his will to live was no match for my fury. Skin shredded beneath my claws, then muscle. Any second now, he'd be dead. A fist collided with the back of my head. A kick to my ribs sent me sprawling into another table. Steps stomped across the floor and I shrieked. A Phi was hauling Venkalth to his feet. They started to stagger off, but I couldn't let them get away. I went after them, only to have the Phi with long blonde hair and a devilish glare that rivaled mine aim her pistol at me. I bared my fangs, but all that did was make her finger tighten on the trigger. I waited for the shot that would end my life. Funny how it'd be coming from a stranger. No, Venkalth muttered, grimacing as he spoke. Leave her. The woman narrowed her eyes but didn't shoot. She kept the gun trained on me as she backed away with Venkalth. They stopped at the computer terminal. Venkalth leaned down, tapped something into the keyboard. The alarms that had been blaring changed to an electronic woman's voice, announcing a countdown. I'll be seeing you, Iona, if you make it out of here, that is. So much for your proof. Venkalth saluted. Then he and the woman were gone. The metal door sealed behind them as I rushed to reach them. I bashed my fist against it and the panel beside it, but it didn't budge. I raced to the door at the opposite end, only to find it had sealed too. Bastard, I screamed as I spun around searching for a way out. Shit, seriously. At the very top of the walls were tiny windows. They were my only shot out of this room. The voice counting down said I only had 45 seconds. I snatched 2 knives from the floor, climbed atop the highest piece of furniture, then jumped as high as I could. I rammed the knives into the wall and made my way slowly up the wall. The countdown neared 20, then 15 by the time I reached the window. Out of breath, my shoulders felt like they were about to be ripped out of the sockets. I smashed my elbow into the glass 3 times until it shattered, sending shards of glass falling over my head. I bit back a scream as the sharp edges dug into my palm. I pulled myself out of the window, scraping my back and legs, slipped free of the sill, and rolled down the metal roof over an edge and crashed onto another roof 15 feet down. Dazed, I looked up at the sky. A low rumble vibrated the building. I dragged myself to the edge and fell another 10 feet into a row of bushes. Hands yanked me up by my shirt. Then I was sprinting with Henson and Jig beside me. Their faces were bloody. Jig held his left arm like it was broken. We had just hit the pavement when an explosion ripped through the center of the building. The blast propelled us into the line of waiting vehicles. My shoulder popped out of the socket from the impact with the vehicle. I screamed when Henson picked me up and tossed me into the back of the truck. He slid in behind me, and then we were fleeing from what was now a burning crater in the ground. "Where's Aiden?" I demanded as Henson grabbed my right arm. "Where?" "Teresa got him into a vehicle. He got out. Unlike you, who just about got blown up." "I didn't." My argument was cut off as he rammed his foot into my side and wrenched my arm, popping my shoulder into place. I grew lightheaded, and then I slumped against the seats. "Aiden. He'll be fine. You need to rest." "Shit, Iona, how many injuries do you have?" "Venkouth," I mumbled. "Almost got the bastard." I tried in vain to keep my eyes opened, but the rush of adrenaline was gone and I was exhausted. If Teresa was with Aiden, she'd look after him. I shut my eyes, and when I opened them again, it was because the driver was cursing and slamming on the brakes. "What's wrong?" I asked groggily. Henson was already throwing the door open. "Spread out. Look for survivors." "No," I whispered. The farmhouse had been burnt to the ground, along with the outbuildings and, worst of all, the barn. I sprinted forward with everyone else, desperate to see if there was anyone left inside. My heart sunk as I spotted blackened bodies beneath planks of charred wood. I grabbed Teresa's arm to stop her from running into what remained of the unstable structure. "They're in there." "Henry," she screamed, fighting against me. "Let me go." "No. You go in there, and that barn will collapse on your head. They're dead. We're too late." "Iona." "Over here," Henson shouted, waving his arm over his head by the workshop. I left Teresa with Jig and jogged to Henson's side. "Tracks," I said as he pointed at the ground. "Some got away. Stuck to the evacuation plan. They'll be hiding in the woods unless the guards they were tracked down." "No, they made it. Some of them had to have made it." "Get the trucks," I ordered the soldiers. "We're heading into the woods." I ran along the line of vehicles until I found the one Aiden was stashed in. He lay on the back seat. After I climbed in, we set off into the woods. I went to work patching up his wound the best I could. The bleeding had slowed but not stopped. I tore my shirt to use as more bandaging. He lifted his hand weakly. "You're all right. We just had to make a stop." "The farm? Are we back?" I didn't have the heart to tell him the hell we came back to. I smiled. "Yeah, we'll be back soon. Just need to get you patched up for now." "You're bleeding." His fingers trailed down the cuts on my cheeks. "Iona." "I'll be fine. Just get some rest." I kissed his forehead. His eyes slipped closed and I let out a shaky breath. How had today gone so terribly wrong? I sat with Aiden as the truck came to a lurching halt, leaned over the center console and looked out the windshield. Goblins were coming out of the woods in 2s and 3s. All those who managed to get away. Mariana's men shouldn't have been able to find us, but they had, and now we were going to have to run to the only place she and her hired assassin wouldn't be able to find us. Yet. They attacked an hour after we left, Henson told me as he walked to the open door of our truck. The fighters who stayed behind held off the attackers as long as they could. How many were left in the barn? I asked, even though I didn't want to know the answer. More than half, Henson whispered, then pushed off the truck with a curse. We're never going to win this war, and it hasn't even started yet. I had no energy left to argue with him, or say that we'd find a way out of the darkness. Jig waved from a few trucks ahead that it was time to go. As the final few goblins loaded up, Teresa was the last to climb into the back of the truck in front of us. I checked the back seat of my vehicle. Aiden was passed out, his face twisted in anguish. I reached back and found his hand, squeezing it as hard as I could to let him know I was with him. Henson climbed behind the wheel and started the engine. We're all loaded up. Teresa had found Henry alive at least, but none of the healers made it. They'd been trapped in the barn, with the sick that hadn't been able to get out of there on their own. We lost so many, so very many, and Aiden would take all their deaths hard. Let's get going then. I want to be in Light Phi territory by sunrise. I'd done what I could for Aiden's wound, but with the healers killed by Marion's guards, his best hope was reaching the Light Phi kingdoms. I couldn't tear my gaze away from the blood-soaked bandages covering his torso. Each breath rattled in his chest, and I prayed each one wouldn't be his last. Henson set off through the woods, to the dirt road that would lead us to a sanctuary. I replayed the final moments of that fight in my head. Venkouth was wounded thanks to me, but he nearly killed Aiden in the process. Aiden threw himself in front of that blade just as Jarek had done. All to save me. If you die, I'm coming after you, I whispered to Aiden, not caring if Henson heard. You can't leave me too. I won't let you. Aiden's head turned toward me, and his eyes fluttered. Iona, he breathed. Right here, I promised. Just stay with me, okay? You have to stay with me. His lips twitched, then he passed out again. Tears burned in my eyes, but I wiped them away, not about to cry. Aiden was going to live. There was no other option. We'll make it, Henson assured me. We will. Gods, I hope so. I wiped my eyes again when my vision blurred, but it wasn't from tears. My vision was going. So much for holding on to hope that I'd make it through this war without dying now that Aiden and I were together. The truck bounced along the dirt road as I hung my head and willed the venom burning through my veins to hold off. I needed more time. We all did. Too bad we weren't going to get it. Mariana and Rayson were married by now. Or would be soon. The alliances between Charuz and Jolien would be solidified. I gave it a week, maybe 2 before the king and queen of Jolien ended up dead. Then they would combine their forces and come after the Light Phi kingdoms. We were out of time. All we could do now was fight to the bitter end. I climbed into the back seat and sat on the floor beside Aiden's head. I rested my cheek against his arm and let the rocking of the truck lull me to sleep.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.